Welcome. I'd like to say good evening to our friends in Asia who are listening. I'd like to say good afternoon to our friends in Europe and good morning to the Americans who have gotten up early like myself. It actually makes me feel like I'm in Europe because I usually get up at this time to catch a plane to Helsinki. Today we are here to celebrate and commemorate a hero, a person who stands through the ages. If he was with us, he'd be 275 years old, Kościuszko. He is really a hero because he fought for liberty and freedom. And as such, we still are fighting for liberty and freedom now, so his legacy is critical to all of us. What is particularly of note is also the fact that his words from yesterday still ring true today. And since it is a celebration of his 275th birth, it is also appropriate to start with music to celebrate. But in his case, the music will be that of freedom. And we have the Baltic Way. We have a song and a movie, song and video from the Baltic Way of music celebrating this great event. So without further ado, let us listen to music because music is empowering. It stays with us for eternity. Thank you.
Blogiu užėjus, rinkis tą patį, kelią per tamsą, eik kiaurai sienas, tau kaulai parodys, kur bėgti, kur melstis, melskis. Šūvis po šūvio, širdis tai ir ginklai, užmigti neleidžia. Per ilgai jau taip, jei nėr kito būdo, mums tinka ir šitaip sušaudyta laisvė. Jie sakė mums, jūs negalit būt stiprus, nemokat laisvi būt, bet mes žinom geriau. Nes tai apie mus, apie viską, kuo tikim, apie ugnį ir kraują, apie mūsų vaikus. O laisvė mūsų kieme, o laisvė šitaip laukta, o broli, sesė, eime, pasitikim ją. Nuplauna, grąžina viltį, rankos ir širdys į dangų pakėlę, taip dega kraujas. Jie sakė mums, jūs negalit būt stiprus, nemokat laisvi būt, bet mes žinom geriau. Dabar apie mus, apie viską, kuo tikim, apie ugnį ir kraują, apie mūsų vaikus. O laisvė mūsų kieme, o laisvė šitaip laukta, o broli, sesė, eime, pasitikim ją. O
As the video and the music has shown, the people have spoken. There will be freedom, there will be liberty. We will get there. It is unfortunate in many respects that we are celebrating Kościuszko for liberty and freedom because his words and voice should have been rung free throughout the world already now, but it hasn't. Belarus is an occasion that it shows that we still need to fight for liberty and freedom. Before I start and say a little bit about the conference and all the speakers, let me thank Lithuania, because Lithuania has shown courage and is a living legacy of Kościuszko. It is home, the temporary home, for one of the sponsors of this conference, the European Humanities University, which unfortunately is temporarily in Lithuania, although its home is in Belarus. But Lithuania has been gracious and courageous in opening its arms for there. It is also the home now, the temporary home again, for one of the speakers, who has become the symbol of Belarusian freedom fight. But now let me tell you a little bit about the conference, because Kościuszko is a hero. He was a hero then, and he's a hero now. He symbolizes universal values. He brought together his own country, which at that time was Lithuania and Poland. He was born in a country which didn't exist, Belarus, and can now also claim. And he voluntarily fought for the United States. He fought for the United States after we made a declaration of independence. And he believed, and among other things, as strange as it may sound, pursuit of happiness. He believed in freedom of speech. There are so many good things to say about him. It is hard. It is very hard to capsule all the events and all the things he stood for. But a few things should be known. One of them is he believed in education. He also believed in freedom, freedom of slaves. And in his last will and testament in the United States, he wanted to spend his money that he left to free slaves and to educate them. Yes, he believed in an educated citizenry. This is key. He was well beyond his times, and his words still ring true today. So the first panel later, after the opening remarks, will be about his legacy. We will also talk about the foundation of any freedom and liberty. That is the law. Without law, we cannot move forward. Unfortunately, we need security. We always need security. It will also. And we live in a modern age, or a different age, that we need innovative practices. So the words of Kościuszko, liberty and freedom, still ring true. Poets have written about him. And I'd like to point out a few other things which may be peculiar about this particular conference. We have young voices. Why? Because the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. They need to express themselves now so that they can carry forward and bring to reality Kościuszko's yearning and leadership in freedom and liberty. So we will have young voices. As I've also said, we have music to celebrate. Music to celebrate not just his birth, but the yearning for freedom. And ironically, because it may not be well known, the Baltic way was singing, the singing revolution. But in the United States, we also have singers. And we will end with African Americans who sang to comfort themselves as they struggled to have self-determination for themselves and a right to participate. So music is empowering. Music keeps us going. So this conference is to highlight a need, the need for freedom and liberty for all. And again, I'd like to thank very much Lithuania for helping lead the Baltic way. And Lithuania has done a number of other things, and this will be shown in a second. Our first speaker on Lithuania is a woman. And if you can see behind me, although my picture doesn't quite show, my mother would be proud to see the women are taking leadership finally. Her generation did not permit that, but the modern generation does. and that is already a new form of freedom and liberty. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, who is also groundbreaking. She is the leader of the parliament in Lithuania. Her name is, and I will apologize, Americans are terrible in pronunciation, so just in case I make a mistake, please excuse. Victoria Shmelenti, let us hear from her voice. She's been a Democrat and she's a leader.
Labadiena ir sveikinu Jūs susirinkusius į šį renginį. Dėkoju Jums visiems, kad susitelkėte nuotoliniam darbui ir nusprendėte netidėti šios svarbios diskusijos apie laisvę ir demokratiją. Šiandienos pasaulis susiduria su begalė grėsmių laisvės siekiams ir demokratijos plėtrai. Dėl to Tado Kościuszkos, jo kovų ir asmeninių pasirinkimų atminimas yra svarbus ne vien tik kaip istoriniai faktai, bet ir kaip vertybės, kurios iki šių dienų formuoja mūsų tautų identitetą. Tai, kad šiandienos renginys sujungs abi Atlanto puses, įrodo, kad Kościuszka buvo labiau nei išskirtinė asmenybė viso pasaulio istorijoje. Lietuvai Tadas Kościuszka yra pasipriešinimo abiejų tautų respublikos padalijimui simbolis. Jis gynė mūsų valstybę, kuri demokratiją ir modernę valstybės sąrangą įprasmino pirmojoje Europos konstitucijoje. Tačiau savo darbais didvyriu jis tapo ir šiandieniniams Jungtinės Amerikos valstijoms, Lenkijai, Ukrainai, Baltarusijai. Būtent dėl pastarosios šiandien už demokratiją kovojančios Baltarusijos pilietinės visuomenės šis tarptautinis forumas ir jo diskusija apie laisvės siekius įgauna išskirtinę svarbą. Tado Kościuszkos palikimas mums turėtų būti vieningas transatlantinis sutarimas, jog kovos už demokratinės vertybės yra prioritetinės, o demokratinių sistemų aižymas yra nepateisinamas. Todėl dar kartą dėkoju, kad susirinkote ir linkiu sėkmingo forumo. Ačiū.
Our second speaker, I will take a liberty. I will introduce her by an American approach, by her first name, Sviatlana. Why? Because in the US, unfortunately, but it's reality, we abbreviate everything. And if we have to introduce her with her full name, she will no longer be recognized immediately because we will be stopped by the pronunciation. But I want Sviatlana's name to be known throughout the United States for freedom. She's become a symbol. Admittedly, her country people who are still there are fighting, but she will become a symbol of freedom and liberty. And if her name becomes known throughout the United States, among other places, then we will know that that means freedom and liberty, and we will want to know that she can return to Minsk as the leader of Belarus the way she deserves. So I'd like to introduce the next speaker because, again, it's a woman who is leading the way. My mother would, again, be very proud.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'm grateful for this opportunity to honor the legacy of Tadeusz Kościuszka. He is remembered as a hero in many nations: Belarus, Lithuania, Poland, and the United States. I wonder, did he think of himself as a hero? Do people ever think of themselves as heroes? At the moment, more than 32,000 Belarusians have been detained for making their voices heard. Thousands have been tortured. 224 are recognized as political prisoners. Thousands fled the country. 8 have been killed. And millions are deprived of human rights. They all are my heroes. They all have had their struggles. We, as a nation, know what struggle is. Kościuszka's struggle was one for freedom. This is a struggle every Belarusian embraces now. Dmitry Dubko, a 29-year-old long-distance truck driver, has turned his vehicle so that the right police take longer to get to the place of the peaceful protesters in the middle of the night. The people who were on the streets to disagree with the results of the election asked Dmitry to help. Dmitry now has to face a 7-year prison sentence. And such stories of injustice are an everyday occurrence in Belarus. Can you imagine being so easily deprived of your freedom? Every Belarusian who walks out to march peacefully, who voices a need for change, who carries a flag, is a hero who knows that they may be unjustly punished. This struggle for freedom is much like that of Kościuszko, who fought for his people. Kościuszko's struggle was one for rights too, civil and human, in the American Revolution, in the defense of the constitution of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. In Belarus, the phrase human rights is not mentioned even once in the constitution. Every human rights defendant, every speaker at this conference, every journalist who is working towards establishing human rights in Belarus can be thought of as a hero. Belarusians need your help and your voices to start being treated like humans. Kościuszko fought in wars with arms, and we are fighting too, but with peaceful means. You can help us in this fight with words of support on local media, by asking your government officials to sanction Lukashenko's regime, writing articles about the situation in Belarus, providing assistance to human rights defenders, victims of their repressions, journalists or striking workers. It takes courage to lead an uprising for liberation, as did Tadeusz Kościuszko. In the same manner, we need to have the courage to fight against the dictatorship in Belarus. Imposing sanctions, investigating the corrupting schemes, cutting international development aid used by the regime causes economic pressure that makes the regime crumble. Much like Kościuszko, you will help the creation of the new democratic Belarus. To honor someone's legacy is to remember and to make connections with the present. I hope that today we can learn from Kościuszko and see how we can share his heroism on the now. I call on us all to become heroes. At the moment, it means helping Belarus. We need your drive for justice. On 7 February, we are gathering together with our friends all over the world for the International Day of Solidarity with Belarus. Please join us to support our peaceful fight for freedom. Thank you. Живи Беларусь!
We've heard the inspiring words of Sviatlana. They are really inspiring, but let me comment on one word. Do we need heroes? If it was a democracy there, we need no heroes. But unfortunately, we need heroes to take it forward, to people in Belarus and Sviatlana, to take it forward. And if Belarus wants to join the world of the West, the world of democracies, then they should invite her back immediately. Our next speaker will be a congressman from the United States who will speak, among other things, about the need for security and defense and democratic principles. And that is Congressman Connolly at this point.
Dear friends, I'm honored to address this special conference dedicated to the memory of Tadeusz Kościuszko and the idea of liberty his life represents. Son of the freedom-loving Polish-Lithuanian Republic, Kościuszko made the journey across the Atlantic to play a vital part in my nation's fight for its independence. He was highly decorated for his military service in the United States, but just as importantly, he was one of the staunchest champions of civil rights in the United States. leaving his estate to fund the liberation and education of enslaved African Americans. His friend Thomas Jefferson, one of the founding fathers of the United States, who, like myself, was from the Commonwealth of Virginia, rightfully said, "He is as pure a son of liberty as I've ever known." His statue in front of the White House is just a small token of my nation's deep respect and appreciation of Tadeusz Kościuszko's extraordinary service during the American Revolution. And of course, General Kościuszko will always be remembered for his courage in 1794 when he led his own nation's fight for freedom. The memory of this Polish, Lithuanian, and Belarusian uprising is still relevant today, as the global march of autocracy has unfortunately quickened its step. Democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law remain the foundation of any free society, and they are the foundations upon which NATO itself was built. But we should never and can never take these values for granted, as the attempt of the armed insurrection of the United States Capitol on January 6th reminds us. We must be vigilant in protecting these freedoms and these values. We must also stand in solidarity with those nations that have yet to fulfill their democratic dreams. The U.S. firmly supports the right of the people everywhere to choose their own democratic future. During the Cold War, the United States stood firm with its non-recognition policy toward the occupation and annexation of the Baltic states for 50 years. We knew one day the people of the Baltics would liberate themselves, and now they stand shoulder to shoulder with us as NATO members. We do not accept the forcible seizure of territory in Europe, and we never will. Today, we stand firm against Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea, which we will never recognize, and we continue to support those in Eastern Europe who stand up for their right to choose their own political leadership freely and without the fear of violence. Less than an hour's drive from Vilnius, the movement of democratic change in Belarus has been an inspiration to all of us. To do so, we must lead by example and be true to those values we hold dear. As president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, I have made it one of my priorities to reaffirm the alliance's commitment to its founding values. They've been pivotal in maintaining the alliance cohesion for 7 decades, and they are also the strongest weapon we possess to effectively counter Putin or Xi's authoritarianism. In closing, I want to assure you that under President Biden, the United States will rebuild its credibility as a leader of the free world and a strong advocate for democracy. I wish you a successful conference, and thank you all for what you're doing in your respective fields for our freedom and yours. Thank you.
Congressman Connolly used a number of terms, but one word stood out: stand up. He mentioned the word stand up. We need to stand up. And the United States, as one of the 4 countries for which Kościuszko claimed also allegiance, he became a voluntary member of the United States by joining. It is time for us to repay the favor to him. The next speaker will be a person who is known for standing up for the law. Unfortunately, she cannot be here personally. She's been pre-recorded because of the pandemic, which is a sad case, but it's some reality at this point. So she will be joining us and speaking, but Miss Thun is a stand-up person. Just check her out. She stands up for liberty, freedom, and the rule of law. And I underscore the need for the rule of law. So the next speaker, Ms. Thun, a stand-up person.
Hello, everybody. The reason why I wrote and recorded those words for you instead of participating live is pandemia. Not that I'm sick or so, but I have to take my mother, and she's 95, today to an anti-COVID vaccination. And it can last longer than planned, and I'm afraid I could be late. So please excuse me. I will join live as soon as I am back. I will do my best. And yes, in this excellent gremium, you will tackle what is the core of our existence. you will tackle what is essential to us and what is most important to those who will come after us. In your kind invitation, Professor Radon, you speak about Tadeusz Kościuszko, whose struggle for freedom and independence can inspire all of us even today. I want to quote from your letter. You wrote to me, Kościuszko, he constantly struggled to oppose political and social oppression and secure freedom for people of all statuses throughout his life. End of quote. The son of Belarus is a hero of Poland. He is a hero of Lithuania and even of the United States. You mention it rightly. And let this be the first point which I would like to stress. Freedom, human dignity, human rights, democracy and everything that belongs to it is not only a national issue. We have many common heroes in this part of the world, in this part of Europe. We have centuries of common history, common ancestors. We even have common genes. Genes, I don't mean here only in the biological sense of the word, but I want to stress that we, in Central and Eastern Europe, we share the gene of freedom and of independence. It is our common gene, and we must not only be proud of it, but we must care about it. We must maintain it in good condition, in strength. We must treat it as our common transnational issue. Wise, courageous, more exactly heroic, and I must mention this, beautiful Belarusians, whom we see every day on social media, who fight for fundamental values. Also Alexei Navalny and those who are with him and pay such high price for their endeavors to stop corruption in Russia, and many, many others, are for all of us unreachable examples and commitment. But here I must mention also those who struggle in my homeland, in Poland, who struggle against growing oppression of the state, those who struggle against cutting away, piece by piece, slice by slice, cutting away our freedom, our liberties and right of choice, access to free media, piece by piece, slice by slice. We all, for whom freedom, democracy, common Europe with all its fundamental values, we all, for whom this is the content of life, we all breathed a sigh of relief and rejoiced when Joe Biden was elected President of the United States. I think it is true for millions in our Central and Eastern Europe, and not only here. But we all must realize Biden will not bring us freedom, and it is not him who will preserve freedoms that we still have, freedoms that we or elder generation fought. Kościuszko knew how to involve others in his struggle. He knew how to convince others that independence is their very issue and that they have a role to play. That we all, not only those educated and influential ones, must be involved. That freedom depends on us, each of us. That is his legacy. This is the challenge, not only struggle for freedom, but help others to be responsible for the future, for their personal future, future of their compatriots, future of their neighbors, and future of the next generations. Let us never give up. And I almost feel like crying, freedom fighters of all countries, unite. Thank you.
As you can see, she's a stand-up person, and I'm sure that my mother is listening. Women are leading the way, which is great. My next speaker will be Dr. Lammers, and I'd like to be personal at this point. He comes from Germany, which is my native country. And it is ironic that Germany today is one of the leaders in civil society, in democracy, social democracy. It has a history from the World War II which is obviously not good. But today it stands out as a leader of democracy for the world, as a symbol. It also understands that you need security for that. So I'm proud to say that my country of birth is now among the leaders, as well as the country of my choice, the United States. So, Dr. Lammers.
Dear Professor, dear Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, Magnificence, dear Professor Zhaleniana, dear Professor Yakulavichina, dear Mrs. Tsikhanouskaya, dear Senate Chairman Dr. Prakapas, Excellencies, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is my true pleasure and privilege to speak to you on the occasion of the 275th birth of a real hero, Andrzej Tadeusz Bonaventura Kościuszko. Let me take the opportunity to thank you, dear Professor Yakulavichina, for organizing this high-level conference today, together with the Belarusian University in Exile, the European Humanities University, and the Harriman Institute of Columbia University in New York. Also, I want to thank you, Magnificence, dear Professor Zhaleniana, for your wonderful work. It is always a pleasure to work with you. This cooperation of three renowned international universities with high reputation shows the great importance of Andrzej Tadeusz Bonaventura Kościuszko, a hero of Lithuania, of Belarus, Poland, and the United States of America. Four great nations where people have fought or are still peacefully fighting for a better world with freedom and liberty. Four great nations with which all I personally feel close connected. The statesman and military leader Kościuszko bridged the nations as a passionate fighter for freedom and liberty. The German writer and poet Johann Wolfgang von Goethe once said, and it sounds like he was thinking of Kościuszko, "This is the highest wisdom that I own. Freedom and life are earned by those alone who conquer them each day anew." Kościuszko has fought in pivotal battles of different nations. As military leader and strategist, he inspiringly contributed with political responsibility throughout his life each day to freedom and liberty anew. He devoted his life to the strong convictions and values he believed in, values we all share. Dear Mrs. Tsikhanouskaya, it was my great honor to meet with you personally in August last year in Vilnius and later in Berlin. You are such a remarkable and strong fighter for freedom. 4 days ago, I spoke to EPP President Donald Tusk and my colleagues of the Political Assembly of the European People's Party. I can assure you, you have our solidarity. We will not stop to support the brave people of Belarus in their fight for their future. Our hearts and minds are with you. I always stood and stand with the Baltic states. I stand now with the people of Belarus. I am convinced the people in Belarus have every right to find their own way in peace and freedom with their neighbors. I would like to thank the Mykolos Romeris University and its partners once again for this great international conference. Thank you very much.
We've heard again inspiring words, but inspiring words, as we all know, need to bring to reality. And that is the future for Belarus, among others, as well as all the other nations. Our next speaker, again, which would make my mother proud, is another woman, another leader, a younger leader. a person of youth, or relative youth, since I believe I'm young. It's someone just younger. She is again from Lithuania, which is the host of the European Humanities University and the Belarusian leader in exile, temporary exile, since the day will come. So I'd like to introduce Sviatlana as the next speaker. She has also an illustrious background, but I've taken the liberty of never going into backgrounds since we're a modern generation. We can always Google. So I'd like to have our next speaker, again, a woman leader.
Thank you, Professor. It is my pleasure to pass the regards of the President of Lithuania, Mr. Gitanas Nausėdas, to this esteemed conference. And of course, we are very grateful to Mykolos Romeris University, to European Humanities University, to Columbia University, to all the supporters of the Belarusian cause, Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya at his head, for arranging and participating in this timely conference. Thank you, dear friends. I was especially emotionally touched by the little video that you played at the very beginning, because it brings me back 30 years ago, back in 1989, when we Lithuanians, Latvians, and Estonians stood in the Baltic Way, wishing that our freedom will come true. At that time, 1989, the Russian army was still there in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. KGB was still there. Germany, half of Germany, was still under Soviet army presence as well. But we stood in this line believing in freedom. And this brings us back to just seems yesterday, that is in August last year, when we all stood in the freedom way, by analogy to the Baltic way, the freedom of Belarus. And it was a great emotional moment of solidarity between Lithuanians, but also Latvians, Estonians, and Polish people with Belarusian democratic and civil society. Let me say that though Tadeusz Kościuszko, whose anniversary we commemorate today, he continues to inspire nations even more than 200 years after his death. Nations which are still fighting for their freedom. It is painful to see that his native Belarus is still living in autocracy. All elections from 2001 were not democratic and did not reflect the political will of the Belarusian people. During this period, Belarusian people experienced brutal crackdowns from the side of the regime, and the current political crisis is perhaps the deepest in the history of the modern-day Belarus. Belarus has entered its sixth already month of unprecedented protests which were triggered by rigged presidential election results. Instead of dialogue, the regime has chosen the tactics of repression and intimidation, and unfortunately is becoming more and more oppressive. Crimes committed by the regime shouldn't be forgotten. In this respect, international investigation of the regime's crimes against humanity, including through universal jurisdiction, must proceed, and perpetrators must be kept accountable. I will just remind you that there were people who were killed by the regime, and up to date, more than 200 people are detained and recognized as political prisoners here in the middle of Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, all democratic world believes in a sovereign, democratic, and independent Belarus. One day it will become so. We are ready to help to implement the principles and values of Tadeusz Kościuszko. For decades, we have been extremely patient, taking the smallest changes of Belarus regime for a sign of progress. Unfortunately, it did not happen. But now it is obvious that we have reached a tipping point. We are accountable for the implementation of democratic values and freedom in Belarus as well. All democratic countries, all democratic world have their own part of responsibility in it. The United States and the European Union need a new approach towards the region and Belarus in particular. A new normal would be a common defeat of democracy and liberty. The new democratic elections is what Belarus needs urgently today. And this should be a focus of the whole democratic community, how to help the Belarusians to have not fake elections, but true democratic elections under the auspices of international organizations and OSCE and ODIHR, according to their standards and with participation of their observers. We also need an assistance plan for democratic Belarus, meaning economic assistance, financial assistance. As soon as the democratic changes are triggered, Belarus needs help. And international communities should assist Belarusian nation in this democracy in transition by providing a package of assistance for economic transformation, which would include facilitation of trade with democratic countries, visa-free travel with the European Union, assistance in energy security, access to financial resources for reforming the economy and boosting investments. We cannot forget that Russian Kremlin is also playing a role in the whole picture. There is a Kremlin strategy trying to use the crisis to gain full domination over Belarus. These plans should be rejected, as the only new leadership elected in democratic and free elections can decide on the future of Belarus. I'm sure that Kościuszko would have no doubts that all efforts and strength should be devoted for the sake of Belarus democracy and liberty. May I end saying, for our freedom and yours, Žive Belarus. Thank you.
Again, as I've said before, my mother would be proud and happy to see women take such leadership roles. It is about time, and that already is progress. But the struggle for freedom and liberty needs to continue. Our next speaker, and I will mention his past position, was an ambassador of the United States to Belarus. He knows the land, he knows the country, and he also can have maybe a path forward. My friend, Mr. Yelowitz.
Thank you. Can you hear me, I hope? Good. Professor Radon, thank you very much, and thank you to the conference organizers. I'm from the city of Chicago in the United States, and the area that I grew up in had many people who came to the United States from Poland, Lithuania, and Belarus. And I knew at a very early age about Tadeusz Kościuszko and his fight for liberty, fighting against slavery, the fight for human dignity, and also his very important role in the American Revolution. This conference is a good reminder that the struggle between democracy and authoritarianism is raging in many places across the world, and no place more significantly than in Belarus. And I simply want to say that to Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya, I just simply cannot express strongly enough my support to you and all those brave Belarusian people who are marching for free and fair elections, freedom of expression, and an end to dictatorship. I was the United States ambassador in Belarus from 1994 to 1997, and I saw firsthand how Lukashenko established his dictatorship, silencing the free press, packing the courts, replacing the elected parliament with one of his own choosing, and the development of his security apparatus in the vertical. I had several clashes with him publicly when Belarus shot down an air balloon with American citizens aboard, killing them, and also over freedom of the press and association. I've had no illusions about him ever since. He has survived for 26 years by suppressing opposition and maneuvering between the West and Russia. And now, of course, he faces mass opposition due to these two serious mistakes he made last year. His terrible treatment of the COVID infection process in Belarus and the fraudulent presidential elections. Belarus today is no longer known as simply the last dictatorship of Europe. The courage and bravery of the masses of people of Belarus of all ages and all backgrounds who are struggling to get Lukashenko to leave is remarkable in the face of the violent crackdown on the demonstrations. So far, unfortunately, Lukashenko has survived thanks to his security forces and Russian support. But as we have said, Russia is facing many problems of its own right now, including all the massive demonstrations in support of Mr. Navalny. Lukashenko is weakened, severely weakened, even if he does survive over the short term. He is not recognized as president by the international community. His regime is under very strong sanctions and probably will come under more of them, and his time is clearly running out. As Congressman Connolly said, I believe that the United States under President Biden will take a strong leadership position with the countries of the European Union to oppose Lukashenko and to work for free and fair elections and the release of all political prisoners. This coming year, right now, this year we are now just beginning, will be crucial. The demonstrations have come under very serious repression, but I know that the struggle will continue in the year ahead. And that combined with support from the outside world, I do believe will shorten Mr. Lukashenko's time. I do want to conclude, though, by focusing on four aspects that I think are very hopeful for the future. First, an educated and increasingly urbanized Belarusian population is anti-authoritarianism, anti-state control of the economy, and very much opposed to the political model of Russia and the idea of state integration with Russia. Secondly, the likelihood that has been mentioned of a possible pro-Russian political party in Belarus to be headed by a person to replace Lukashenko. I think the idea of this happening is very, very, very small. Third, the Belarusian economy is essentially in free fall. It is in very bad condition, and the COVID epidemic is still a strong negative for Lukashenko, the health issues. And finally, I believe, as I've said, that the United States and Europe will stand very strongly behind Belarus, behind Sviatlana and the opposition in the years coming ahead. I hope very strongly that Lukashenko's time is coming to an end and that the ideals of Kościuszko, of human freedom, human dignity, and democracy will become dominant in Belarus soon. Thank you.
We've heard from a number of very inspiring speakers. Women I've already mentioned. But I'd like to underscore one thing. Kościuszko left another legacy: dedication, persistence, and never give up. So therefore, if we take that as a model, never give up, Belarus will join as a democratic nation, the West. It is not when, it is not if, it is when. So this is a foregone conclusion, and we only need to keep the eye on the ball, so to speak. The mission is there. Democracy will rule, because democracy is the way. There will be no oppression. I would like to now introduce the moderator for the next panel, who will focus on Kościuszko, his life, his legacy, Professor Shaw.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It is an honor to appear here. I am here in my role as perhaps American Jewish Slavicist, rootless cosmopolitan. I am delighted to be able to contribute to transatlantic American, Belarusian, Lithuanian, Polish, Ukrainian, Russian, etc. cooperation and solidarity. And above all, I'm here as someone whose friends and colleagues have been on the streets in Belarus, suffering beatings and imprisonment. And I take the occasion of Kościuszko's 275th birthday as an occasion to say, Ya s vami, I am with you. There's going to be a poetry reading first, and then we will go, I think, right to the first speaker, who is Professor John Mitskill. At the University of Warsaw, Studium Europa Wschodnia. He is also the former president of the Kościuszko Foundation in the United States, and he taught for over a quarter century at Columbia University's School of International and Public Affairs.
To Kościuszko by John Keats. Good Kościuszko, thy great name alone is a full harvest whence to reap high feeling. It comes upon us like the glorious pealing of the wide spheres, an everlasting tone. And now it tells me that in the worlds unknown, the names of heroes burst from clouds concealing and change to harmonies, forever stealing through cloudless blue and round each silver throne. It tells me too that on a happy day, when some good spirit walks upon the earth, thy name with Alfred's, and the great of yore gently commingling, gives tremendous birth to a loud hymn that sounds far, far away, to where the great God lives forevermore.
And as our first speaker, I would like to introduce Professor John Mitskill from Studium Europa Wschodnia at University of Warsaw.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. Ambassador Yalowitz mentioned growing up in Polish, Lithuanian, Belarusian Chicago. And by sheer chance, that's where a series of impressive monuments honoring Kościuszko began to be erected in the United States. In Chicago in 1904, Milwaukee in 1905, and soon thereafter, Polish Americans began to reach out to different politicians and city fathers to try and promote their hero, their national hero. And let's remember also that at the time, there were a large number of immigrants freshly arrived from Austro-Hungary and from Russia, two of the partitioning powers. These people were also looking to promote their national culture, and so monuments began to arise. Polish-American leaders reached out, among others, to President Teddy Roosevelt. As things turned out, Mr. Roosevelt had an abiding respect for Poland, not because he had ever visited that occupied country, but because he read the novels of Henryk Sienkiewicz and developed this probably quite mythical view of the old Poland-Lithuania. Now, with Roosevelt's support, an organization known as the Polish National Alliance, which is still functioning, was authorized to lead a fund drive that resulted in the erection of a monument to Kościuszko that stands in Lafayette Square in Washington, D.C., just in front of the White House. President Roosevelt even selected the model on which the statue would be created. And as some of you may know, the statue of Kościuszko stands tall in that square with three other legendary heroes from foreign lands who fought for American independence: Lafayette, von Steuben, and Rochambeau. As things turned out, President William Howard Taft dedicated that monument in May of 1910. It's an enduring testimony to Kościuszko's place in the history of the United States and to the pride that Poles in America feel for him. There are numerous parks dedicated to Kościuszko throughout the United States. For example, in Wilmington, Delaware, not far from President Biden's home, in Stamford, Connecticut, in Holyoke, Massachusetts, and in fact, the only public person in the United States who has more memorials dedicated to him, that is to say Kościuszko, is George Washington. Now, that's not bad for a country squire born in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and of course, as was pointed out already today, in Belarus. Kościuszko's values were shaped by his family through his education in Poland and in France. He was a product of that distinctively Polish way of thinking that viewed government as national service, as a patriotic national service, and of the Enlightenment, whose ideas were shaping the thinking of people in Europe and in Britain's American colonies. Now, Kościuszko himself was shaped by those ideas, and he tried to put them into effect. Having completed his training as a military engineer and unable to secure a worthy appointment in what was by then a very tiny Polish army, Kościuszko made a fateful decision to sail to America and offer his services in the American fight for freedom. He arrived in August of 1776, just weeks after the colonies had formally proclaimed our Declaration of Independence. Kościuszko was quickly commissioned, thanks to Benjamin Franklin, to serve in New York under the Americans' number 2 officer, General Horatio Gates. There he made his first critical contribution to America's freedom at the Battle of Saratoga in September of 1777. And there, the Americans forced the surrender of a veteran 7,000-man British army. This news brought France and Spain into the war on the side of America. And after Saratoga, Britain's chances of crushing the revolution pretty much ended. Kościuszko was then called on to defend West Point on the Hudson River against a British naval attack that aimed to split the colonies in two. His work frustrated that plan and made West Point, which, as all of us know, is the home of the United States Military Academy, impregnable. His achievement won high praise from George Washington, the commander of the Continental Army, someone who over time managed to spell, at that point, Colonel Kościuszko's name 12 different ways and couldn't pronounce it properly, but he appreciated the soldier's genius, and by war's end, Kościuszko was made a brigadier general. Kościuszko went on to fight, physically fight in combat, enduring a battlefield wound in an American attack on what was called the Star Fort at 96 in South Carolina. He suffered a bayonet jab in what might call in mixed company the upper thigh, that made it difficult for him to ride a horse for some time. Thereafter, a grateful Congress made him an American citizen. He was of France, and Kościuszko was granted a pension and land in Ohio. And just as kind of a footnote, General Washington and Thomas Jefferson included Kościuszko among their closest and most trusted comrades in arms, and he was made a member of this very select order of Cincinnatus before he returned to Poland. He returned to Poland because he was called on to lead his homeland's desperate struggle to preserve its independence from its enemies, the empires of Russia, Prussia, and Austria. All three opposed any Polish reform efforts and acted quickly to suppress the path-breaking Constitution of May 3rd, 1791. And despite Kościuszko's very impressive military service in leading the defense of his country, Poland's enemies prevailed and they nullified the Constitution. They then swallowed up a huge swatch in what became known as the Second Partition of Poland. In 1794, Kościuszko launched a last-ditch effort to try and recover his country and called on everyone, nobles, townspeople, peasants, Christians, and Jews to do their part. And in the beginning, he was successful, but the overwhelming weight of the Russian army soon crushed his efforts. Kościuszko was badly wounded by a pike thrust to his thigh and a saber wound to the back of his neck, and he was carted off to a Russian dungeon and left there to rot by Empress Catherine the Great. The partitioners divided up what was left of Poland-Lithuania, thereby erasing it from the map of Europe for the next 123 years. Now, after Catherine's death, Kościuszko was let out of jail by Catherine's son, Paul, who essentially forced Kościuszko to vow that he and his men would never rise up against Russia again. And Kościuszko was free to travel west. He did so, and everywhere he went, he was embraced with unbridled enthusiasm for what today we would call his commitment to human rights. Now, Kościuszko returned to the United States from England, met with his old colleagues, and I will, in closing, just quote you a small citation from a Philadelphia newspaper around the time of Kościuszko's arrival by boat in Philadelphia in 1797. So the paper says that illustrious defender of the rights of mankind, as they described him, his head swathed in bandages, was greeted with a federal salute, which consisted probably of 12 cannons or 13 cannon shots, one for each of the colonies that made up the United States. And he was rowed to shore in a barge that was manned by 8 masters of vessels in the harbor. A huge crowd gave him 3 cheers, and according to an English custom, they harnessed themselves to his carriage and drew him to his boarding house. Now, Kościuszko, as you all know, believed in liberty, both in the United States and in Poland. He was a genuine hero in fighting for 2 countries, and his commitment to human rights could not be forgotten, and it wasn't. I found a few indications, if you like, of the goodwill and memory that the United States had for Kościuszko. First of all, in raising, first called the Kościuszko Army in April of 1917, which trained in the US and Canada to fight on behalf of the Allied cause and for the independence of a reborn Poland at the end of World War I. Another legacy, the Kościuszko Squadron of fighter pilots. Many of them were Americans. They contributed a lot to Poland's victory in its war for freedom against Soviet Russia in 1920. There was another Kościuszko squadron thereafter that fought in the Battle of Britain and helped to save England against the incursions of the Luftwaffe. And of course, another legacy, there's the Kościuszko Foundation, founded in New York City to promote cultural and educational exchange with Poland, and which provides over $1 million in scholarships annually. That's a living memorial that will be celebrating its 100th anniversary in just a few years. And finally, I know you want me to stop. I bring up one final way in which Tadeusz Kościuszko has been a symbol to be remembered and honored. It is in his American Will, a document that is eloquent in its aims, brief and to the point, unlike me. How different our country's history might have been had his will been fulfilled and widely imitated and practiced in the United States. After Kościuszko's death in 1817, 2 generations of Americans would come and go before Americans began the long struggle for racial and civil equality. And as you all know from what happened in Washington earlier this month, that struggle continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is the renowned novelist, Victor Martinovich, who is also Associate Professor at the European Humanities University in Vilnius.
Hello, I'm speaking to you from Belarus right now. My paper the name of my paper is What is Freedom? From Kościuszko to Belarus 2020. Freedom, the most attractive and yet the most undefined word. The word that tends to change its meaning each new century. But what exactly does it mean? What it had meant for Kościuszko and what it meant for Belarusian protesters in 2020. When we call Kościuszko a freedom fighter, we assume that he was struggling against colonialism. Of course, he was influenced by the ideas that inspired the French Revolution, but for him, the freedom was equal to the absence of foreign army on his lands. Since then, the land I belong to received a complete independence. Looking at Belarus of 2020 through Kościuszko's eyes, we could say that his ideas and his visions triumphed. Belarus is free of any colonial administration and ruled by the leader who wasn't accountable to any foreign monarch. This is one of the paradoxes of a country which Lukashenko has created. It is relatively independent in its inner policies, but absolutely dependent on Russian resources and credits. But it is Lukashenko, not Putin, who defines the scale of repressions and the ruthlessness of armed reaction on mass protests. And yet, people came on the streets, and many of them sacrificed their lives and their health for what they understood as a freedom. And the more they demanded freedom, the more violence we evidenced. And all these things, this time were done not by the foreign army, but by Belarusians to Belarusians. So absence of colonialism does not automatically provide liberties. Here I want to refer to The Sympathizer, novel written by Viet Thanh Nguyen. Quote, "Our revolution took considerably longer than theirs and was considerably bloodier, but we made up for lost time. When it came to learning the worst habits of our French masters and their American replacements, we quickly proved ourselves the best. We too could abuse grand ideas. Having liberated ourselves in the name of independence and freedom, we then deprived our defeated brethren of the same." End of quote. What was meant by the freedom in Belarus in August 2020, when we first time in our history saw hundreds of thousands on the streets, was the absence of lie. The freedom became equal to the truth because the first intention that brought protesters to the streets was growing upset with what was presented as a result of the president elections. From a sign of geopolitical independence, freedom became a will to define who should rule the country. The will which is guaranteed by constitution and electoral laws. In a way, that total freedom allows anybody to lie to anybody. But when somebody lies lead to the rise of Gulag, most of the society tend to associate the concept of freedom with fairness. Elections set in a proper way do not guarantee that freedom as it is, because some populist politicians can be elected fairly exactly because they want to enslave part of the citizens or limit the rights of another part, for example, the immigrants. But when you have a gaudy lie presented as a result of people's choice, there is no place for any type of freedom anymore. The transformation of vision of freedom among the heirs of Kościuszko in Belarus didn't stop here. When camouflaged unknowns started to shoot the peaceful people with the rubber bullets and throw the flash grenades in the crowd, one more meaning of freedom came. Freedom started to be seen as an absence of unmotivated violence. You cannot feel yourself free if those who are recruited to protect you begin to shoot at you, and there is no institution you can apply to cancel the violence, when those who should keep the public order convert into the main challenge of this order. What is the use of freedom of speech if somewhere near you there is a person who can just beat you in return to your honest words? Freedom always tends to become a liberty. Being an internal thing, it fades when it cannot be enacted. As Viktor Frankl, the Holocaust survivor who wrote Man's Search for Meaning said, quote, "Everything can be taken from a man, but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way," end of the quote. Think what happens to this ability to choose one's attitude and one's own way when there is a powerful other licensed to any violence towards you. Some concepts are better seen when they are opposed by their antonyms. And for the freedom I'm talking about, the antonym would be the fear. A lot of my colleagues, writers, wrote these days about the nature of the fear that emerged in Belarus 2020. One of them stated that this fear comes from fascism and the system made in Third Reich. But I can see no national idea standing behind current Belarusian drama. I see only lies, violence, and somebody's sore will to power. So for me, the nature of this fear is purely Soviet. Fukuyama was wrong, proclaiming in the end of history liberalism as a main ideology that won over Stalinism and socialism. Stalinism is still here, young and merciless. We see how effective it is in uprooting the grassroots of freedom. I recognize the mood of my Soviet school ages when I see the ghosts that are summoned by the drums they beat to make people come back to their kitchens. At the end of the day, massive arrests is something you can do nothing with, and in the way, it's even more effective than Stalin's mass executions, because 100 of Belarus poets and prose writers shot down in one night in October 30th, 1937, took their fear in a graves, while 30,000 of people arrested during 4 months of 2020 have to proceed their lives with the fear of imprisonment. Stalinism is incompatible with the rule of law. Even Stalin's constitution didn't work in a proper way because red terror contradicts with the idea of law. When you have to put millions in the state of fear, you have to act irrational and get rid of the logic, last shelter of hope. When there is no law, there could be no crime, and person can be arrested not for the crime, but for the mood or lack of loyalty. Was from September 2020, the freedom in Belarus became equal to the law. And this was strange because usually freedom symbolizes the absence of any borders, the possibility to act freely, and laws restrict some type of acts. But the final instance for the freedom is a human being. It is a human who decides whether to obey or disobey the criminal orders. This takes us back to Immanuel Kant, who saw the Enlightenment as a maturity in his text about enlightenment. And it was the Enlightenment which charged the French Revolution with the ideas which led Kościuszko to his noble fight for freedom. If freedom is the maturity and possibility of some grown-up human to choose how far he is ready to go in expressing his liberty, law would be the cornerstone for the whole construction, because the responsibility goes together with the freedom, and this mature man of Immanuel Kant should know exactly what he is ready or not ready to receive as a reaction of enactment of his inner freedom. Law works as a social embodiment of the abstract responsibility. And imagine how the situation when there is no law and nobody knows what exactly will follow as a return on his personal braveness. For the same actions or sayings, you can be arrested, sentenced, beaten, or vice versa, promoted. This mass disables the very existence of freedom. From the times of ancient Greece, when democracy were accompanied with slavery, we see how concepts once invented become more and more complicated with the time, because life gives more and more contradictions to plain execution of these concepts. We see how thickened the word freedom in comparison with pretty simple liberté, égalité, fraternité of Robespierre. But freedom seekers in Belarus are very grateful to Kościuszko, who ploughed the path we are now. In 2021, for us, freedom is fairness, security, and law. Thank you very much.
Yes? Hello? Okay. Okay. Hello. So our next speaker will be Professor Dovile Sagatienia, Vice Dean for Research at the Law School of Mykolas Romeris University. The co-author for this paper is Professor Gediminas Kazenas, also of the Mykolas Romeris University and the Institute of Political Sciences. The paper is co-authored, and Professor Sagatienia will be speaking for both of them.
Hello, everyone. I am really pleased to see you all joining for this forum. And let me briefly introduce Kościuszko lesson to Lithuania, which I think is the most important for our region. And let me start with a little introduction of my presentation. Because when I was living in New York in 2019, every morning I took the subway from Kościuszko street station to go to Manhattan, because in Manhattan there was a Columbia University where I was studying at the moment, and of course it was every morning I saw the picture of Kościuszko's street station. So the street of Kościuszko Street in Brooklyn is placed among other very famous names like Lafayette, Pulaski, Martin Van Buren, and Malcolm X. So seeing Kościuszko's name far from Lithuania in New York among the other famous names was really great feeling. But however, it was not until this conference was organized when I realized that I need to indicate the role of Kościuszko's ideas in the modern Lithuania and beyond. What lessons can be learned from Kościuszko in the 21st century? So Kościuszko, you already heard, he was born in a noble family in modern Belarusian territory at the moment, and on the other hand, on the one hand, Kościuszko personality was formed in the time when Enlightenment ideas were bubbling, when the religious wars in Europe were almost over, when the leading European statehoods were expanding to new colonies, when the Industrial Revolution took full speed, and when the periodical press started to bloom, and when people's movement between countries and continents intensified greatly. But it was not the case for Kościuszko, because he was born in a country which faced very big challenges to keeping statehood and government in one piece. So in the late 18th century, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had been reduced from the status of a major European power. And when Kościuszko was only 26 years old, the first partition of the Commonwealth took place in 1772. At that moment, young Kościuszko was still studying in Paris with the support of the king Stanisław Poniatowski. The second partition took place in 1793 and also greatly reduced the state size, and the Commonwealth was partitioned out of existence with the third partition in 1795. Before the elimination of the Commonwealth from the global map, there was an opportunity to change the destiny of Kościuszko's homeland. And of course, Kościuszko himself was participating very actively in those attempts. In 1784, he came back home from United States. And in 1788, the 4-year Sejm began, which aimed to restore the sovereignty and reform the Commonwealth politically and economically. The same great achievement was the adoption of the Constitution of May 1791, often described as Europe's first modern written national constitution and the world's second after the United States Constitution. In the words of two its principal authors, Ignacy Potocki and Hugo Kolotai, the Constitution of 1791 was the last will and the testament of the expiring homeland. The main idea represented by Kościuszko himself in this constitution was the definition of the status of the peasants, which accepted them under the protection of the law and the national government. However, the serfdom was not abolished completely. It was too radical for that time. And the challenge was too great to do that at that time. Still, after just 3 years, near the city of Lenaerts, on behalf of the country's government of the Commonwealth of Two Nations, Kościuszko issued the proclamation, which bestowed limited personal freedom for the serfs, reduced the scope of compulsory serfdom to them, and suspended the performance of serfdom duties for those conscripted to the army. These changes were great. And as you already know, Kościuszko's last will, documented in United States, stipulated that he proceeds to have his American estate to be spent on freeing and educating African American slaves. So you all can see that on both sides of Atlantic, Kościuszko persisted with the idea of freedom and liberty for those groups in 18th century which were the most suppressed economically and physically. Although the constitution itself was in force for less than 19 months, the idea of human liberty over those 123 years till 1918 helped keep alive Polish, Lithuanian, Belarusian, and Ukrainian aspirations for the eventual restoration of the country's sovereignty. Human liberty is the main idea which was transferred to Lithuanian constitutional acts in 1918 and 1990s. However, the struggle for freedom is far from over. The main question now is how much each of us is willing to give for our freedom. Are we ready to lose economical comfort and stability? Are we ready to lose health or even lives? Moreover, how much we are willing to give for the freedom of others? Kościuszko fought for the freedom of different nations on both sides of Atlantic. He also fought for the freedom of slaves and peasants, although it meant the reduction of his own comfort and wealth. Will we be able to do the same when needed? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So our next speaker will be speaking on behalf of an American site, which is Kościuszko, Mississippi. We had hoped to have Jimmy Cockcroft, who is the mayor of Kościuszko, Mississippi, which, by the way, is the birthplace of Oprah Winfrey. Mayor Cockcroft unfortunately fell ill with COVID. He will be represented by Darren Miller, who is a native of Kościuszko, Mississippi, a graduate of Mississippi State University, and executive director of the Kościuszko-Adela Partnership Area Chamber of Commerce.
Hello from the beautiful city of Kosciuszko in the heart of central Mississippi. It is my honor and privilege to be speaking with you today on behalf of our great community. What used to be just a path for travelers in the early 1700s along the Natchez Trace has grown to a bustling town filled with individuals from all backgrounds, providing diverse opportunities for all who visit or call it their home. The city of Kosciuszko is proud to be named after the prestigious and noble Polish-American military hero, General Tadeusz Kościuszko, whose background, strength, endurance, leadership, and values were so prevalent in his character and still stand strong with a memorial at Redbud Springs Park on historic Natchez Street in downtown. Where many saw conflicts, Kościuszko saw a right to dignity, liberty, and independence. Founded in 1833, the honor of naming our new settlement was given to William Dodd, who served as the first representative for Attala County in the Mississippi State Legislature. William inherited his grandfather's admiration for the Polish hero who had served in the Revolutionary War, so William suggested Kosciuszko to the legislature. Kosciuszko has grown as a community built on exercising a sense of free spirit and development. Ideas abound and a unity formed as we all work together to create a culture filled with creativity and entrepreneurship. Only through working together as a group, learning from past mistakes, and joining hands can we collectively build on our rights as human beings, continuing to build a space where future generations have access and desires to thrive in such a unique area as Mississippi, the great city of Kosciuszko, and the world. We hope you can come visit us soon. From all of us here in Kosciuszko, Mississippi, thank you.
And our last speaker is Alexander John Muddle, who is professor of political science at Rutgers University in New Jersey.
Thank you very much. All of the presentations have thus far been relatively optimistic and upbeat, talking about Tadeusz Kościuszko's legacy. I'm going to be somewhat less upbeat, or if you will, decidedly downbeat. And I'd like to talk about what Kościuszko means to the United States today, subjectively, not so much objectively in terms of how we interpret him, but actually how he's perceived. And I'd like to start with the events of late May of last year, when a demonstration organized by Black Lives Matter occupied Lafayette Square in front of the White House, and the participants of the demonstration defaced the statue of Tadeusz Kościuszko, the one that Professor Mitskill described in some detail. Obscenities were written on the statue, and in general, it was regarded as something to be defaced, as something that had no particular value to the demonstrators. This particular defacement led the Polish ambassador to the United States, Mr. Piotr Wilczek, to say, and I quote, "I am disgusted and appalled by the acts of vandalism committed against the statue of Tadeusz Kościuszko in Washington, D.C., a hero who fought for the independence of both the United States and Poland." All that's quite true, of course. But if we ask, well, why did these demonstrators deface the statue of Kościuszko? Well, the good news is that they probably had no idea who he was. I would venture to say, as a matter of fact, that I would bet that the vast majority of those demonstrators had absolutely no idea who he was. So that's the good news. Of course, the bad news is precisely the same. they had no idea who Kościuszko was. Here was a statue in downtown Washington facing the White House, which was then occupied by President Donald Trump. And simply by virtue of the fact that this was a statue of a revolutionary hero facing the building that was occupied by a person that the demonstrators detested, it simply followed a kind of guilt by association that so too this individual, whoever he happened to be, was obviously guilty of certain kinds of infractions as well. And that, I think, is the reality that we have to confront. Namely, despite the fact that there are bridges, parks, streets, that there's a city in Mississippi named after Kościuszko is indeed important to Americans. I think the reality is, unfortunately, that he is unknown to the vast majority of the population of the United States. I did an informal poll a few weeks ago. I teach a class this semester on East European politics. I have about 45 students. I asked my students if they knew who Kościuszko was, and the answer was resoundingly no. Not a single one knew who he was. Not a single one had even heard of the name. All right. I then mentioned Pulaski, I mentioned von Steuben. They hadn't heard of them either. They had heard, or at least some of them had heard of Lafayette. Now, these are smart students at a good university who also happen to be the products of New Jersey high school educations, but be that as it may, who had heard nothing at all about Tadeusz Kościuszko. Now, if we imagine that every single person of Slavic origin in the United States knows of Kościuszko, that includes, well, I'm including in the list Lithuanians as well, but if you look at Poles, Russians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Lithuanians, we're talking about somewhere between 10 and 15 million people. That's 3 to 4% of the population of the United States. It is arguably the case that they all know who Kościuszko was. It is also arguably the case that 96 to 97% of the population of the United States has no idea who Kościuszko was, who has no idea what his legacy was, has no idea what he did for freedom, for liberty, for democracy, then and at present. In other words, if we want to resuscitate Kościuszko legacy in the United States, at least, I won't speak for Europe or Canada, there is an enormous amount of work to be done. There are also enormous obstacles to be overcome, which leaves me to be somewhat pessimistic about the likelihood that Kościuszko will become revived and viewed as a hero in the United States anytime soon. One problem, of course, is the American educational system. My students, whom I mentioned to you just a few minutes ago, are all products of American high schools. They're all products of American primary schools. And it's clearly the case that neither the high schools nor the primary schools that these kids attended, and I suspect that most kids attend, have attuned them to the importance of Tadeusz Kościuszko. A second obstacle of a kind of objective nature is the fact that the vast majority of immigrants to the United States at this point in time are non-European, whereas 50, 100, 150 years ago, when Kościuszko would have been better known in the United States, many of them, or rather the vast majority, would have been European. And it's difficult persuading someone from Latin America or Asia that Kościuszko is a hero that they too should recall. The short-term subjective obstacles to Kościuszko's revival are, however, related to the current political and cultural atmosphere in the United States. It is going to be extremely difficult in today's America to persuade Americans that a white European male is not racist, is not sexist by definition. Now, that can be done. It is a battle. It is a cultural battle that many Americans are waging, but it is not going to be an easy struggle to persuade Americans who are under the influence of these sorts of points of views that this particular white European male was not racist, was not sexist, was not Eurocentric, but was indeed an individual who contributed to universal freedom and liberty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists. I think there's been various things that have been put on the table that will be useful for the rest of our discussions. We have been introduced to Kościuszko as somebody who crosses borders, who did cross borders, who defies our national ethnic categories. History is arguably often made by these cosmopolitan types. We've learned that the question of what freedom means has to be posed again at every moment. The question of what heroism means has to be posed again at every moment. Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya called on all of us to become heroes. And I think we've learned from these presentations that all struggles for freedom in the past and the present have an element of both the particular and the universal about them, both the irreducible particular of each individual life as what gives us dignity as human beings, and the fact that only when we universally recognize the dignity of all human lives can we say that we've achieved freedom. I would now like to introduce the moderator of the next panel, who is David Schultz, Distinguished University Professor of Political Science and Legal Studies at Hamline University and the University of Minnesota. He will moderate the next panel on governance, human rights, and challenges to the rule of law.
Thank you very much, Marcy, and thank you for having me today. Labadina for all of you in Vilnius. And the panel is, as indicated, Governance, Human Rights, and Challenges to the Rule of Law. Before we get to the panel, though, we do have a poetry reading again, and the poetry is a poem to Kościuszko Leon from 1815, and I believe our person reading it will be Catherine Day. So please proceed.
'Tis like thy patient valor thus to keep, great Kościuszko, to the rural shade, while freedom's ill-founded amulet still is made. Pretense for old aggression and a heap of selfish mockeries. There, as in the sweep of stormier fields, thou earnest with thy blade, transformed, not inly altered to the spade, thy never-yielding right to a calm sleep. There came a wanderer, borne from land to land, upon a couch, pale, many wounded, mild, his brow with patient pain dulcetly sour. Men stooped with awful sweetness on his hand, and kissed it, and collected virtue smiled, to think how sovereign her enduring hour.
Democracy and freedom are important values, yet values alone cannot create a democracy. Instead, in order to create viable democracies, we also need to create the institutions, structures, and processes that realize those ideas and bring them to fruition. This panel on governance, human rights, and challenges to the rule of law talks a little bit about what are some of the governing structures, processes, rules. What role do the courts play in terms of creating and sustaining democratic institutions and democratic values? We have a very distinguished panel here today, and let me get right to it. Our first speaker is Karl Lenaerts, who is the president of the Court of Justice of the European Union, located in Luxembourg.
Thank you, dear Rector Zaliene, dear distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers of today's conference for having invited me to participate in this important event, commemorating Andrzej Kościuszko, his legacy to liberty and freedom. For a Belgian like myself, the distinction between liberty and freedom is not immediately apparent. In my mother tongue Dutch and in German, we only know vrijheid or Freiheit, words which have etymologically the same origin as freedom. Whereas in French, the other Belgian national language, only the notion of liberté, which is etymologically related to liberty, is used. If my understanding of the English language is correct, those notions may not, however, be considered mere synonyms. Liberty has a social and political dimension, referring to the state in which freedoms and rights can be exercised responsibly without oppression and can be enforced by courts of law when necessary. Liberty is thus closely related to respect for the rule of law. Mr. Kościuszko's legacy is of the utmost importance. The values for which he fought during his lifetime constitute the very foundations of all democracies throughout the world. Not surprisingly, those same values are enshrined in Article 2 of the Treaty on European Union as fundamental values on which the European project is founded. This same legacy is also a constant reminder that respect for the rule of law is the only way forward if states are to live in peace. In that regard, I would like to recall that the European Union is fundamentally a peace project. It was indeed apparent from the treaty establishing the European Coal and Steel Community, signed in Paris in 1951, that the primary reason for embarking upon European integration was, I quote, the maintenance of peaceful relations. Article 3 of the Treaty on European Union explicitly reaffirms that, I quote, the European Union's aim is to promote peace, its values, and the well-being of its peoples. However, peace can only be achieved and maintained if disputes are settled not by force, but by independent courts. I emphasize the word independent. Courts indeed enjoy authority and legitimacy to settle disputes precisely because they are independent. Independent courts are thus an essential prerequisite for the rule of law within all democratic societies and the guarantors of peaceful relations between states as well as between individuals. In the European Union legal order, it is the Court of Justice which enjoys, as an independent umpire, exclusive jurisdiction to rule on disputes between member states, at least where those disputes involve questions of European Union law. Fortunately, such interstate conflicts do not often arise. There is, by contrast, no exclusive jurisdiction for the Court of Justice when individuals seek to enforce rights that are protected by EU law. The enforcement of EU law is indeed largely decentralized, since individuals can rely on the rights that they derive from EU law directly before national courts. Upholding the rule of law is therefore the task not only of the Court of Justice, but also of national courts as the common law courts of the European Union. They are, in effect, the gatekeepers for the rule of law within the European Union. In providing judicial protection, national courts may engage in a dialogue with the EU Court of Justice. The reference for a preliminary ruling mechanism, which is the keystone of the EU system of judicial protection, ensures the uniform interpretation and application of EU law. That mechanism also guarantees that citizens across the EU enjoy equal protection under EU law. Since the dialogue between national courts and the Court of Justice is based on the law and nothing but the law, access to that mechanism is only open to courts that are independent. Judicial independence is required because courts can only provide effective judicial protection if they are insulated from internal and external pressure. In the context of the reference for a preliminary ruling mechanism, judicial independence thus guarantees that the national court referring a question to the Court of Justice will not take political considerations into account when making the reference and when implementing the court's answering judgment. Judicial independence is essential not only for a fruitful cooperation between the Court of Justice and the national courts, but also for the cooperation between the courts of different EU member states. European integration indeed has long ago moved on from the internal market paradigm. It now seeks to establish an area of freedom, security, and justice without internal frontiers, where citizens can move freely and securely. In an area without internal frontiers, the exercise of free movement should not undermine the jurisdiction of national courts and the effectiveness of national law operating on a territorial basis. Accordingly, the authors of the EU treaties reasoned that the four freedoms, and especially the free movement of persons, should be accompanied by the free movement of judicial decisions. By virtue of the principle of mutual recognition, in the United States called full faith and credit, judicial decisions adopted in the member state of origin are to be recognized and enforced in the member state of enforcement as if they were its own. In order for that principle to operate properly, national courts must trust that courts from other member states are equally committed to upholding the values on which the EU is founded, and in particular to protecting the fundamental rights of the persons concerned. As the principle of judicial independence constitutes the essence of the fundamental right to effective judicial protection, respect for that principle is of paramount importance in order to underpin the free movement of judicial decisions. In the light of the foregoing considerations, it did not come as a surprise that in its seminal ruling in Associação Sindical dos Juízes Portugueses, also known as the Portuguese Judges Case, the Court of Justice held that, I quote, "in the fields covered by union law, that law protects the independence of national courts." The contribution of that judgment to the development of EU law in general and to that of the rule of law in particular lies in the fact that it made explicit the premise on which the entire EU system of judicial protection is built, and that is national courts, as the common law courts of the European Union, must remain independent. The Court of Justice ruled that the member states, I quote, must ensure that national courts meet the requirements essential to effective judicial protection, end of quote, of which the principle of judicial independence is one. This is because without the principle of judicial independence, no effective judicial protection may be provided, nor may the uniform interpretation and application of EU law be guaranteed by the national courts. Since it is an essential component of the fundamental right to effective judicial protection enshrined in Article 47 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, it is for the Court of Justice to determine, in the fields covered by EU law, the meaning and scope of the principle of judicial independence. That principle is thus an autonomous concept of primary EU law that draws on the constitutional traditions common to the member states. It is worth pointing out that the Court of Justice does not seek to redesign national judiciaries, a matter that remains an exclusive competence of the member states. Rather, the Court of Justice limits itself to examining whether rules that govern the organization and functioning of national courts comply with the principle of judicial independence. Those national rules are thus circumscribed by that fundamental principle. As Alexander Hamilton famously wrote more than 2 centuries ago, the judiciary remains, I quote, the least dangerous branch of government. Courts lack the power of the purse and that of the sword. They enjoy authority and legitimacy because they are independent. The protection of judicial independence is thus essential because the trust in the courts as a mechanism for the peaceful settlement of conflicts is directly based on it. Without it, the law of the jungle prevails. I would like to end my contribution by stressing the importance of today's commemoration of Mr. Kościuszko's legacy. We must never forget those who have fought for the values on which our societies are built. In Europe, we are sometimes prone, particularly those of us whose home countries have known many decades of uninterrupted democratic law-based government, to take those values for granted. Recent events have, however, shown that even so-called old democracies remain fragile. In these difficult times, and as we face the challenges ahead, I am convinced that unconditional respect by all branches of government for the rule of law, for liberty and for freedom is the only way forward in order for women and men, as well as for states, to live in peace and prosperity. It is through our commitment to the rule of law that Andrzej Kościuszko's legacy lives on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Our next speaker is Hanna Suchocka, former Prime Minister of Poland, Professor at Mickiewicz University in Poznań, Poland. Madam Prime Minister, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I see, my name is so difficult as name of Tadeusz Kościuszko, but they are typical Polish names. I would like to start my short speech with the word of Plato, who said, "Where the law is subject to some other authority and has none of its own, the collapse of state, in my view, is not far off. But if the law is the master of government and the government its slave, then the situation is full of promise and men enjoy all the blessings all the gods shower on a state." These words are also a kind of link between the ideas presented by Tadeusz Kościuszko and the ideas underlying the action taken in the countries of Central and Eastern Europe in the beginning of the political transformation in the early 90s. 200 years ago, Kościuszko first called for freedom for all, for everyone. Such an understanding anchors freedom in the inherent concept of human dignity. It was in America that famous period of the constitutional moment But it was also in Poland constitutional moment, adoption of the constitution of 1791, of which Edmund Burke said that it's probably the most pure public good ever yet conferred on mankind. Well, in this constitution, the separation of power was also a key principle. The prevailing belief was that the welfare and proper functioning of the state could be guaranteed only through obedience to the rule and principles written and proclaimed in the Constitution. The similar process of constitutional moment took place, as I said, in the Central and Eastern Europe in the beginning of 90s. Without doubts, a common tendency then in all those countries was to build a new system based on the democratic principle recognized by Western tradition, by Western democracies, among them the crucial principle which was the rule of law. And so, for that reason, not accidentally, the first principle which was introduced to the Polish constitution in December 1989 was the principle of the rule of law. It has happened also in other Central European countries. However, there is no doubt that the constitutionalizing of the principle of the rule of law at that period had also a very symbolic significance. Its introduction to the constitution did not automatically translate to the creation of a democratic state governed by law. It was first and foremost a declaration of political intentions to create such legal and political regulations. And important in this case was the interpretation of the constitution and role which should be played by the organ who will interpret the constitution. In Poland, even in the beginning of 90s, the key role had been played by Constitutional Tribunal, which already existed in Poland at that time. Thanks to the role of the Constitutional Tribunal, which since then became an even stronger institution, the idea, the concept of the rule of law was developed and filled with content. The court has derived from it by way of formal interpretation, for example, the principle of decent legislation, as well as the right to court, which was not enshrined into the constitution before 1997. It was, however, important on a wider scale, not only in Poland, what could be called the discovery of the elements important for the common Western understanding of the principle of the rule of law. And at that moment, the Venice Commission has been established, 1990. With weak national institutions in different countries, the main role of the Venice Commission, whose official name is Democracy Through Law, was to help the countries to discover what, growing out of the common European legal tradition, became a European legal standard in the area of rule of law. And then the three elements, I would like to point three elements which were also pointed out by the Venice Commission. Constitutional justice, independent of judiciary based on the true meaning of the separation of power, and political culture. The role of the Venice Commission was becoming all the more important because in the process of transformation, after the initial euphoria, in various Central European countries, there appeared fears that despite the constitutionalization of the principle of the rule of law, many of these countries would be tempted to move toward using certain mechanisms and methods known from the previous system, and thus using more political method of strength resulting from the obtained majority than dialogue and seeking a compromise with the current parliamentary minority. There was a concern that the law, in particular certain legislative procedure, may be seen in such a situation as an uncomfortable for those being at power. And here, it was exactly important for the Venice Commission to prepare such a report, such a rule. What does mean the rule of law? I can say that is a big distance when the Venice Commission observed the tendency to take a certain curatorships by executive power over the judiciary. It's a big distance between the Polish Constitutional Court in the beginning of transformation and now. So it may be here clear some words of this Vice President of the Constitutional Court who said that the Prime Minister, executive power, was right not to publish the Constitutional Tribunal judgment because if the judicial authority exceeds the powers granted to it, there is nothing left for the executive to correct it. In this thesis, a view has been expressed which is going against what has been achieved since the adoption of the United States Constitution and also the role of the Kościuszko fighting for the freedom and also what has been rooted in the Polish Constitution of 3rd May. It is a very sad lesson that even institutions which appeared very strong in certain conditions, because of a lack of well-grounded political culture, are able to become weak. Constitutional courts are crucial in ensuring that constitutions do not remain a dead letter, but are implemented in practice. But it becomes dangerous when the Constitutional Court becomes a tool in the hands of ruling majority and serves to validate the political decisions of the majority, or even worse, replace the parliamentary majority in making decisions. Then the next point, it's also connected strictly with constitutional justice. It is a reform of judiciary. It was one of the crucial points in all post-communist countries. And of course, the special provisions have been introduced to the constitution. But one, I'm not entering because there is no time to the details discussion. One of the main points is a point concerning the appointment of judiciary, appointment of judges, and also appointment of the members to High Judicial Council. High Judicial Council is a body who should guarantee the independence of judiciary. So for that reason, it is very important how the High Judicial Council is composed. In recent times, one may observe a dangerous tendency in many countries that the High Judicial Council is formally introduced into the judiciary system, even into the constitution, while on the other hand, by adopting detailed solutions concerning the political composition and decision-making method, the autonomous nature of the council and thus the objective for which it was established is diminishing. And council became a facade institution which exists only formally, but under a strong political influence. Such a, sign, very strong we can find in different Venice Commission opinions, especially on the opinion on the rule of law, checklist on the rule of law, and also on the report concerning individual countries. There is now tension we can also observe between countries, in many countries, between the rule of law and the rise of strong populism. Populism does not accept rule of law's limits to the will of governing majority. As it has been once said in Polish parliament, that law is something important, but is not sacred. Maybe would be worth here to quote the word of Pope Benedict XVI from his speech in German Bundestag in 2011, when he said, it was a speech entitled Reflections on the Foundation of Law. And he said, we Germans know from our own experience that these words, rule of law, are not empty spectre. We have seen how power became divorced from law, how power opposed law and crushed it, so that the state became an instrument for destroying law. This speech is a clear reference to the Platonic concept of law and the relationship to political power. And concluding in the end, I would like to point out the importance on the political culture. A well-rooted political culture makes institutions stronger. One may have an impression that because of long of communist heritage in Central and Eastern countries, the political culture yet till now is not very well and deeply rooted. And for that reason, it's not tool to defend itself against attacks on the rule of law. So among the avenues for reinforcing rule of law values, the Commission included promoting a rule of law culture, a social understanding of the rule of law. And one of the elements who could help also to build such a culture is an idea of loyal cooperation. We can hear here in the voice of the President Lenaerts what he said on the dialogue and cooperation between national courts and European courts. This idea, this principle is of great importance. It was clearly stated by the Polish Constitutional Court, but also by the Venice Commission. Because the idea of lawyer cooperation obliged the authorities to cooperate and to mutually respect the scope of the constitutional task of the organs of the state, their competences, moreover, to respect the dignity of offices and their holders, mutual loyalty in good faith, informing one another about initiatives, readiness to cooperate and agree their observance and reliable execution. As I said before, the rule of law is important. But as somebody once said, rule of law is not just one dish, it's a kitchen. So it is important to know all the elements and to guarantee all the elements which create the whole kitchen. Otherwise, we can find ourselves in the situation which has been described by the former president of the German Constitutional Court, who in 2018 in one of his interviews said that the democratic rule of law is well known to us, but is not something obvious. In such a statement is a sign of present time. I don't like to be so pessimistic and would like to believe that the common standards, which are based on the primacy of law over political power, have not become outdated. But sometimes, in the face of the trends that we are seeing in some countries, my faith is weakening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Our next speaker is Dainius Zalimas, President of the Constitutional Court, Vilnius, Lithuania.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first to thank the organizers of this important event for the possibility to share the views how the legacy of such important historical figures like Tadas Kościuszko, that is how we call him in Lithuanian, how he can influence, how his legacy can influence the modern constitutional or the development of a modern constitutional justice. Let me begin with the statement that Lithuanian constitutionalism has long established traditions and rules. And the preamble of the current constitution refers to the centuries-old history of Lithuania, the centuries-long fight for freedom and independence, and the legal foundations of a state based on the Lithuanian statutes and constitutions. As you can see, the tradition of Lithuanian constitutionalism, according to the preamble, is closely related to the fight for freedom, both the fight for the freedom of the people and the liberty of each individual. There cannot be democracy, human rights, and the rule of law without freedom. And undoubtedly, the contribution of such personalities as Tadas Kościuszko is very important in the development of such an understanding of the Lithuanian constitutional traditions. However, only in past decades, Lithuania is reconsidering the significance of 1791 constitution and the role of such personalities as Kościuszko to the development of modern constitutionalism. I just would like to add that undoubtedly the constitution of the 3rd of May or the constitution of 1791 of the Commonwealth of Two Nations is a part of the Lithuanian legal and constitutional tradition. It was the second written constitution in the world after the US Constitution, by the way, and the first written constitution in Europe. It was a document at that time of a particularly progressive content that also expressed the principles, the rule of law, the separation of powers, the separateness and independence of the judiciary, as well as the ideas of the sovereignty of the people, the freedom and equality of citizens. And I think that undoubtedly such personalities as Kościuszko played an important role in inspiring or inspiration of to the authors of 1791 Constitution. Anyway, the appraisal or the fight led by Kościuszko in 1794 had one of its aims to ensure the full implementation and the restoration of 1791 Constitution, first and foremost by liberation from the foreign tyranny. The 1791 Constitution therefore become a symbol of freedom as an opposition to the tyranny that was imposed on Lithuania and Poland, of course, from the east. What can we learn from Kościuszko nowadays, and what in particular can be learned by the constitutional justice or the constitutional court? I think, first of all, his personal and unconditional commitment to freedom and the rule of law can be a source of inspiration even for constitutional justice, not only for politicians and other state officials. And first of all, his personal qualities like determination, unconditional determination and courage can be a strong inspiration for judicial activism when it's necessary, of course, in defending the core values of the rule of law, such as democracy and inherent human rights. Let me provide a few examples from our contemporary case law, from the contemporary case law of the Lithuanian Constitutional Court. So the first example is the identification of the so-called unamendable clauses or eternal values, eternal constitutional values, although there is no express provision in the Constitution itself, I mean in the text of the Constitution. Nevertheless, the Lithuanian Constitutional Court identified that such values as the independence of state, democracy, and inherent human rights belong to the category of eternal constitutional values, and this important provision of the official constitutional doctrine was inspired by way as well by our tradition, by our constitutional traditions, the roots of which can be traced to the Kościuszko's legacy as well. The second example is the identification by the Constitutional Court of the Western geopolitical orientation as a part of national constitutional identity of Lithuania. And again, the Western geopolitical orientation, like in Kościuszko's time, is understood as an opposition to the tyranny and foreign oppression. And although it is traced to the 1949 declaration of the Lithuanian Freedom Fight movement, that was the resistance movement against the Soviet occupation, but undoubtedly it can be also traced to the Kościuszko's times, because it is not a coincidence that in this context the Lithuanian Constitutional Court acknowledged that the Western geopolitical orientation of Lithuania is based upon the recognized and protected universal democratic constitutional values that are common with the values of other European and North American states, including the United States. And the third example is the concept of democracy as developed by the Lithuanian Constitutional Court. Again, there is nothing, there is no express provisions of on such understanding of the democracy, but nevertheless, the court described that the constitution is anti-majoritarian act, which has to protect individual. Only a state that respects the dignity of each person can be considered to be a genuine democracy. This is our commitment regardless the attitudes or stereotypes prevailing in a certain period of time among the majority of members of our society. Certainly, these are only a few illustrations of the modern Lithuanian constitutionalism today that can be also described as inspired by the Kościuszko legacy. Therefore, at the end, I would like also to wish to everyone in our own daily struggles to follow the Kościuszko's words. There is a time when you have to sacrifice everything to have everything saved. I think it's very good principle statement in responding to the current challenges to the rule of law posed by both foreign tyrannies or foreign authoritarian regimes and political populism inside our states as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I'd like to now introduce the next speaker, Alexandria M. Smith, President of the American Constitution Society at William & Mary Law School, Chapter, Williamsburg, Virginia, United States.
This panel centers on the importance of progressive courts, legal advocacy, and robust institutions of governance in ensuring freedom. You have already heard from 3 well-renowned speakers, and I am honored to follow their presentations. Among other things, I am the president of the William & Mary chapter of the American Constitution Society, which is America's leading progressive lawyers organization. I was invited to participate today in part due to Thomas Jefferson's deep ties to William and Mary, and in turn, Kościuszko's close friendship with Thomas Jefferson. What I hope to add to the conversation, beyond symbolism, is the unique perspective of an individual relatively new to understanding her national law, a perspective that might be hard to access again after working in the field for many years. My talk will highlight the importance of positive rights, particularly the right to education, and the related need to support and protect administrative agencies as a part of the mission of a progressive lawyer. I will begin by discussing one of the most problematic United States Supreme Court decisions that I've encountered. This case is called San Antonio Independent School District versus Rodriguez, and it was decided in 1973. Keep in mind, it's still the law of the land. In his majority opinion, Justice Lewis F. Powell denies that education is a fundamental right. Not only is there no explicit right to education in the Constitution, he says, but there is also no nexus between education and any existing explicit right. So, the First Amendment right to free speech does not require that citizens also have a right to education, because the right to free speech does not guarantee that every speaker will have the capacity to communicate as effectively as possible. Similarly, the right to vote does not require a corresponding right to education, because that right doesn't depend on a citizen's ability to cast a reasonably informed vote. Does this sound as strange to you as it did to me when I read it? In my mind, the outcome makes sense only when you look at his reasoning and see that it conforms to a pattern. Justice Powell states that effective speech and informed democratic participation are, quote, goals to be pursued by a people whose thoughts and beliefs are freed from governmental interference, but they are not values to be implemented by judicial intrusion, end quote. In other words, Powell makes a distinction between negative and positive rights. Negative rights, characterized as ensuring freedom from governmental interference, are crucial to Powell, while positive rights constitute an intrusion to be avoided at all costs. In his day, Kościuszko applauded the new, perhaps radical constitution that had been drafted in Philadelphia and its Bill of Rights. While the Constitution represented a promise of freedom and liberty, its focus on negative rights has limited the ability of American courts to substantiate that promise. The 14th Amendment presented an opportunity to expand the field of rights seen as protected under the Constitution. But the Supreme Court has repeatedly shied away from finding that the Constitution protects any given positive right. Yet there is evidence that freedom fighters like Kościuszko, whose ideas were born out of the same ideological movement as the US Constitution, implicitly understood the importance of positive rights in achieving the ends of the American Revolution. In his will, Kościuszko asked his friend Thomas Jefferson to use proceeds from the sale of his land in the United States to purchase and free slaves, quote, giving them liberty in my name, giving them an education in trades or otherwise, and having them instructed in their duties as citizens, teaching them to be defenders of their liberty and country and the good order of society. Here, Kościuszko overtly connects education, a positive right, and liberty. Some state courts have found that a positive right to education exists under their individual state constitutions. But how do we, the progressive legal community that believes education is essential to the realization of liberty, reach those states whose courts are unwilling to find that right in state constitutions? In an ideal world, the Supreme Court might revisit and overrule prior decisions. We do not live in an ideal world, indeed far from it, and the current makeup of the court bars any hope that Rodriguez could be overturned. Looking back to the themes of the panel, progressive courts and robust institutions of governance will have to rely on the latter of the two. In recent years, guaranteeing positive rights like the right to education has only been possible on a national level by creating statutory rights and standards. Though governing the education of citizens is not one of Congress's enumerated powers, the federal legislature can pass laws on education under the authority of the Spending Clause, which allows Congress to finance the general welfare of the United States. To set standards that apply to the states, a law passed under the Spending Clause will make receipt of federal funding dependent on conditions related to its purpose. This is how the No Child Left Behind Act and the Every Student Succeeds Act, which create national educational standards, were passed in 2002 and 2015. Those robust institutions of governance that enforce positive statutory rights and standards are administrative agencies. The U.S. Department of Education, for example, interprets and implements federal education policy. The Department of Ed, as we call it, is both cooperative and coercive. It relies on state-level agencies, but also puts pressure on them. For the department to be effective, however, it must have sufficient resources and staff, a comprehensive mandate, and political support. This has not uniformly been the case over the nearly 40 years since the department was established. As professor and scholar Patrick McGuinn states, today's Department of Education, quote, has been tasked with overseeing a growing enterprise, but has been specifically hamstrung by Congress in order to prevent it from engaging in that oversight with rigor, unquote. Furthermore, the Supreme Court is actually poised to begin dismantling administrative agencies like the Department of Education. How this might happen is a whole separate talk, but I want to urge all progressive lawyers, both in the US and elsewhere, not only to closely monitor, but also to actively fight against the developing Supreme Court jurisprudence that might eliminate the administrative state. And furthermore, to support shoring up administrative agencies with sufficient funds and political capital. Robust institutions of governance, in our case, effective administrative agencies, are in many ways the only hope for guaranteeing positive rights in the United States, and thereby delivering on the promise of liberty and freedom. Ensuring positive rights requires supporting and protecting administrative agencies, which in turn requires progressive lawyering on multiple fronts. From taking on individual casework, for example, representing students with disabilities who have had unequal access to education, to addressing the varied and inequitably realized state law in areas like education, and finally, to confronting American law's most fundamental macro-level challenge, the conservative imbalance of the Supreme Court. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. And now our last speaker for this panel is Professor Jenik, Harriman Institute, Columbia University, United States.
Thank you. The number of speakers who have gone before me have raised a very important issue, the rule of law. But as a friend of mine, Professor Casper, who was former president of Stanford University, said, whose law, what law? Laws vary according to country. And as we globalize, we also have the challenge of language. For example, one of the speakers mentioned the German word Freiheit. I know that word very well because that was a word that I used when I was a little kid. But in English, there's freedom and there's liberty. So we have linguistic problems on top of that. Although I'm a lawyer, I would like to take a slightly different posture to the issue of lawmaking. Or more exactly, what is lawmaking? The courts have to resolve issues, but first we have to get there. But let me take the liberty, yes, I'm using the word liberty, of digressing. My concern for freedom and liberty goes back to my childhood. My first night in the United States was on a boat in the harbor of New York under the Statue of Liberty. Of course, I asked my parents, my mother particularly, what is that? What is that statue? She could say only the Statue of Liberty. I continued from there a few months later, speaking only German, having learned English. My parents still did not speak any English. I came to my father and said, everything has changed now. This is a free country. I laid down the law, so I thought that I can now act the way I wanted. At least he gave me one right, the right of regress, which is in the United States Constitution. That means bring issues up to consider them. He also gave me the right of freedom of speech, which is another intrinsic important aspect. And these are both issues which Kościuszko fought for when he fought in the United States during the Revolutionary War. Because he fought for a Declaration of Independence, which also said something which is mysterious to many foreigners: pursuit of happiness. Why do I mention pursuit of happiness? Well, isn't that our goal? It's not just rules and regulations. It is we want to be happier. Admittedly, we can't always define it. But let me digress again one more and then get into it. A number of years ago, too many years ago, I was assisting Estonia in the restoration of its independence. And one of my guests was Marju Lauristin from Estonia. And I met her at the airport since this was her first trip to the United States. I apparently was extremely impolite because I didn't say hello. I gave her a document, 20 plus pages, and she looked at me and said, "What is this?" I said, "That's your schedule. You are here 5 days, and this is over 20 pages, so you have a lot of work to do." And she looked at me and said, "Is this freedom?" And I said, "Yes, it is. By the way, your first meeting is as soon as we get into New York City. We have to start. You got a lot of work." So what I'm getting at is freedom, liberty have been thoughts of mine for a long time. And one of the challenges is, what exactly is it from a legal point of view? You might say, what do you mean? We've heard about the courts, we've heard about other things, but what does it mean besides the linguistic, Freiheit versus liberty and freedom? Well, let's look at rule-making, law-making. Most countries do not teach how to make the laws. They teach how to resolve conflicts in the laws. If you look at the United States Congress from 2019 to 2021, they passed 340 laws. 344. How many of us really understand these laws? The European Union passed less. They only passed 54 in 2019 in half a year, plus 172 legislative regulations. Who knows what these laws are? Do we all need lawyers to help us move through life? Where's the principle? And then an astounding comment was made by a congressperson, Collins, when he was asked about Obamacare, a law in the United States. He admitted he hadn't read it. He said he relies on his staff. On his staff? Wow, that's incredible. What does that mean? That means laws are made by young people, people who are being educated, who are already just educated. Can we maybe have a law that no congressman or anyone can pass a law without reading it and understanding it? Then we have international treaties. The TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership, is 5,000 pages long. Can any single person understand it? What is the result of all of this? This creates frustrations in people because they can't follow. And frustrations creates potential popular uprisings. We don't understand. So we have to understand how laws are made, how they're implemented, and to make life easier, because not all of us are lawyers. And even if we are, do we understand? What does this require? It was already mentioned by a number of other speakers. It requires education. Education and training, civil education, we need that as a positive right. We need education for all, at all levels, and we need an understanding of history. One speaker mentioned Kościuszko is not known in the U.S. How come? He is a major figure in U.S. history, but he's not known. This is probably true in other countries, that not everything is known. So we need positive rights. Education is the core. That is one of the fundamental rights that we need and we need to implement. In the older days, in Kościuszko's time, it was probably easier. Villages knew each other. But now we're very complex. We have many more rules, many more laws. What are the principles of those? So what I'm raising are psychological challenges that the everyday person has. They want to understand. Can they really trust a legislator who admits he has not even read the law, let alone understand it? He's relied on the youth who drafted it. Interesting. That means, again, we need better education. Let me sum up in one way. Humboldt, a German, said we need an educated citizenry. He wanted to educate all. Kościuszko has already said, freed slaves need education to be educated citizenry. That is the basic need we all have. Education, training, and one more thing. When we educate, those people also need respect. Teachers need respect because they are entrusted with our most valuable asset, our children, our next generation. And in too many places I've seen around the world, teachers are not given the respect that they should have. It's not just money, but it's respect. So from a psychological point of view, we need not just resolution of conflicts, we need lawmaking and maybe understandable lawmaking. So in the end, let me say, to live Kościuszko's will of education, that is the fundamental right that we all need and all need to have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your your comments and for your presentation, Professor. We have time for one question. This is a question that is directed to President Lenaerts, and the question is how COVID influences freedom in European countries.
Well, COVID is influencing freedom not just in European countries, but in all the countries around the world. That is, freedoms which we all would consider to be part almost of human dignity. That is the right to self-determination, to go and stand and go where you see fit without any interference from public authorities, is suddenly sharply limited through lockdowns, through limitations of periods you can go out, through social distancing rules which are being imposed. And it, of course, confronts the lawyer with the challenge to make the right balance between individual freedom and the common good. Now, that challenge, the balancing between the individual freedom being limited for imperative requirements of the common good, is inherent in all the human rights case law of all the constitutional courts here represented. I know very well Danius Jalimas. He will share my experience, which we have at the European level, that we have to balance the scope of individual rights vis-à-vis the common good. In the case law of the EU Court of Justice, we normally say that the exercise of a fundamental right must be seen in its functional context of life in society. And there you can put limits which are proportionate. And it's for the judge, an independent judge, to make that assessment. But let me say that I'm enormously impressed by the two contributions made by our American academic colleagues, Alexandra Smith and Jenik Radon. The right to education as a positive fundamental right, it is expressly mentioned, so I say that for comparative law purposes, in Article 14 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, which means that cases involving education in various contexts coming before our court are always seen against the backdrop of everyone's right to get access to education. The most recent example is a case called Job Center Krefeld, only decided in December 2020. And it can indeed be very well compared to the San Antonio Board of Education against Rodriguez case, which I have studied with Lawrence Tribe, the famous American constitutional law professor of the Harvard Law School, when I did my Master of Laws in that law school in 77, 79 of the last century. And that was then a recent decision, which was heavily discussed and heavily debated already back then in that law school. So here in the European Union context, we have not only fundamental rights which shield off from public interference, which is the classical understanding of the fundamental rights as the Bill of Rights in 1791 is drafted, and the 14th Amendment did not really produce all its potential impact. Yeah, I know very well that debate. But in the European Union, where the Bill of Rights, that is the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, was drafted in the year 2000 and then entered into effect in 2009, there are a whole range, not just the right to education, but also the right to public health, the right to clean air and clean water. So a whole range of positive fundamental rights, which the political authorities can be held liable to achieve. So I think that is clearly a salute to Andrzej Tadeusz Kościuszko's legacy, that we picked up the understanding that it is not just negative fundamental rights, but also positive fundamental rights. It's essential for the sustainability of a system based on human dignity, freedom, democracy, rule of law, and respect for fundamental rights. And there I quote literally Article 2 of the Treaty on European Union. It is the task of our court to uphold all of this.
Great. Thank you very much. And I want to thank all the panelists for a very, very constructive, interesting discussion, of which we talked about really what the determinants of democracy, governance, and human rights that include what? Respect for rule of law, respect for independent judiciary. Again, thank you all very much. I'd like to now introduce our next moderator, Edward Lucas, author, Times columnist, and non-resident senior fellow for the Center of European Policy Analysis.
Well, hello everyone, and greetings from London, England, where I'm so pleased to be taking part in this virtual program. We're making a small change to the advertised program. You're not going to see the film made about Kościuszko just yet. That's coming, but we are very short of time, so I'm pleased to go straight into Dr. Karl Lamas, who is going to give us a pre-recorded address. Please start the film.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to speak to you today in the context of this high-level conference and panel discussion about freedom and security on the occasion of the 275th birth of Andrzej Tadeusz Bonaventura Kościuszko, a hero of 4 great nations where people have fought or are still fighting peacefully for a better world in freedom and liberty. In the past year, we have experienced once more how extremely valuable freedom and liberty are when we looked to the streets of Minsk or Hong Kong, where thousands of people were protesting peacefully for their rights. Courage was their strong engine to overcome fear. A person who has ideas is strong, but a person who has ideals is invincible. The Argentinian writer José Naroski, with its Lithuanian roots, once said. The deep desire of people for freedom and liberty unleashed incredible energies and forces in the past decades and centuries in the United States, in Poland, Lithuania, as recently in Belarus, and also in my country, Germany, more than 3 decades ago. Germany and Europe continue to support all those who are fighting for our common values. Ladies and gentlemen, freedom and security are 2 sides of one coin. It is never freedom versus security. It is always about to find the right balance between both in our liberal democracies. Nowadays, new technologies and security threats challenge this balance more and more. The German philosopher and diplomat Wilhelm von Humboldt once said, "Without security, there is no freedom." We live in a time where the past 3 generations have grown up without having to witness war in Europe. But freedom, peace, and security are something precious and cannot be taken for granted. The growing security challenges around us, on land, at sea, in the air, and even outer space, not to forget about the cyberspace and hybrid threats, need appropriate responses. For the members of the European Union, national security also always means European security. While NATO remains the bedrock of our strong collective defense, the European Union needs to enhance its ability to act as a geopolitical actor and security provider. Therefore, EU members have to step up further its cash, capabilities and contributions to become a stronger, more resilient and reliable pillar inside NATO. With the illegal annexation of Crimea by Russia in March 2014, the international security architecture changed decisively. NATO clearly responded to that by strong reassurance measures for its members in the east of the alliance territory. With the cooperation on military mobility across Europe, NATO and the EU show how important their close cooperation for European security is. After 4 years, where unpredictability and unilateralism challenged the international community additionally, Europe is looking forward to re-energize the transatlantic relations and rebuild our partnership in a spirit of cooperation with the new US administration under the leadership of US President Joe Biden. The return to multilateral agreements and the extension of the New START nuclear treaty bring greater stability back to the international security order, even if China needs to be part of further non-proliferation discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude with the famous words written above the main entrance of the Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe that shape NATO's motto and our discussion. Vigilia, Pretium Libertatis. Vigilance is the price of liberty. Thank you.
Well, thanks so much. I'm sorry that Professor Lamas isn't actually here to hear my thanks, but I was so grateful to hear him underlining those points, not least mentioning, of course, the role that the German troops in the enhanced forward presence play in defending Lithuania as part of NATO's tripwire. So that kicks off our panel on freedom and security, where we're looking at the modern imperatives from those ideas championed by Tadeusz Kościuszko, both here in Central and Eastern Europe, but also in the wider world and in Asia, which was also mentioned by Professor Lamas. So it's my great pleasure now to go to my old friend Žygimantas Pavilionis, who is chair of the Committee of Foreign Affairs of the Seimas, that's the Lithuanian Parliament. He's been campaigning for freedom and independence, not only in Lithuania, but also in Belarus and in Russia and other countries. Žygis, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Edward. I hope you hear me well. Well, actually, I don't know, is it because of your conference, but today, together with Polish Parliament, we prepared a declaration to commemorate our common hero. And I will read just few paragraphs from it, and then I will make few personal remarks. So today, we, the members of the parliaments of the Republic of Lithuania and the Republic of Poland, jointly commemorate Tadeusz Kościuszko on the 275th anniversary of his birth. Tadeusz Kościuszko was born on 4th of February 1746 in Polesia, once part of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, which now lies within the borders of Belarus, whose independence is extremely important to us. Kościuszko was an outstanding son of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, a brave defender of its freedom and rights, and a hero of the American War of Independence. He was committed to the ideals of liberty, fraternity, social justice, and equality before the law. He expressed this by buying out slaves in America and enfranchising peasants of his state. The figure of Tadeusz Kościuszko is a part of the common legacy of all the nations of the historic Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, as well as the democratic traditions of the United States. Our common ideals and independence, the inalienable rights of our citizens, and to live in dignity and freedom. And most importantly, we, the representatives of the peoples, elected freely and democratically, extend words of solidarity to the people of Belarus, who are seeking democratic changes in the country after yet another fraudulent elections of August 9, organized by the illegitimate Lukashenko regime. We stand in solidarity with the people of Belarus, who have been and still are persecuted for demanding the right to fundamental civil liberties, including, above all, free and fair elections as soon as possible this year. We address these words especially to all those who have been imprisoned, arrested, or detained for their courageous stand. We also support their families and loved ones. We remember those murdered in the struggle for a decent life. Sorry for those formalities, but just in few personal words, if we're really serious about the mission of Kościuszko, if we really want to transform it to the modern life, so just do three simple things. Let's fight together for democratic elections in Belarus this year. We can do it if we work hard with Washington, Berlin, London, capitals. We can do it this year through the OSCE, convincing dictators to do what they had to do for decades. Number two, correct mistakes that we did with NATO and EU enlargement. We abandoned Georgia and Ukraine in Bucharest in 2008. They paid a lot by territories and lives. We can do maps, membership action plans for Ukraine and Georgia. Maybe not this year, maybe, for example, in 2022 in NATO summit in Vilnius. Why not? We can do membership perspectives for Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. Maybe not in 2022, but maybe in 2025 during Polish EU presidency, or okay, at the latest date, 2027 Lithuanian presidency of the EU. We can do it, ladies and gentlemen. And then let's fight for democracy in Russia. It's a shame what's happening today with Borrell's visit to Moscow, but we can still have a chance to correct it. We have a meeting of EU foreign ministers at 22nd of February. We can introduce sanctions for the people who committed crimes, for their wealth corruption, and for the projects they are trying to implement and divide and rule us all, like Nord Stream 2 or Astrovets nuclear power plant, just just 30 kilometers from the windows where I now speak. So to conclude, we can do it all. I didn't mention the global fight for democracy that Edward and all of us like so much. This is a big China. We can do here a lot on Taiwan, on Hong Kong. And for this, we will have another big democracy event that I think will contribute to Biden's democracy summit, but on this, I will speak maybe later. And it's not heroic. I completely agree with President Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya, but it's just an obligation. If we are human, if we really respect human dignity, it's just everyday task for every one of us. So let's do it. It's good and nice to speak in great conferences, but let's really change the world in a way Kościuszko or Kalinowski or all other our historic heroes they were trying to do. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Žygis, for first of all for making your remarks shorter than your allotted time span, which is a great example to the others. But more importantly, I think for epitomizing the way in which Lithuania thinks big and thinks bold. And I really just want to pay tribute, particularly for the people who are in Lithuania who don't get to hear compliments enough, and for the people outside watching this who don't know so much about Lithuania. The way in which Lithuania has championed the cause of freedom in Belarus, the many years that you've spent looking after Russian Democrats and hosting conferences and other support for them, the work of the Sakharov Center in Kaunas, all these things are really important. The president who is on the wall behind you, his picture there, former Foreign Minister Linkevicius, the current Foreign Minister Landsbergis, and many other politicians are really doing a job that the rest of Europe is sometimes leaving behind, and you speak for all of us when you do that. And I think that Kościuszko would be extremely proud of this part of his homeland and how you've done, how you've worked. So I promised you a film, and we're now going to have that, but I just want to in advance introduce the other panelists, because we have three panelists you're going to be hearing from shortly. There's Ian Brzezinski, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, now with the Atlantic Council in Washington, D.C. There's Steve Oleash, retired Lieutenant Colonel from the US Army, who's the Executive Vice President of the American Association of the Friends of Kościuszko at West Point, and a former Assistant Professor there, and Carson Wen, a former Deputy representing Hong Kong to the National People's Congress of China. They're all coming, but first we are going to bring you a film made by the European Humanities University called The River of Fate. It's for the 275th anniversary of the great man's birth, and tells the story of his life starting in the Swiss mountains where it finished. It then goes back to the place where he was born, 4th of February 1765, in the Belarusian flatlands, it calls it. I think all of Belarus is pretty flat, but anyway, the flattest part of Belarus. And it follows his trails, various countries, Poland, the United States, Ukraine, Lithuania, and elsewhere. His studies in France, how he was taken prisoner in Russia, how he became an internationally acclaimed leader, and also what he stood for. Explain that he's a person for the ages, both then and now, a universal figure who stands up for freedom, who unites people, who believed in the power of education for all. This movie was created in 6 countries. Amid the dramatic circumstances we now have of the global challenge of the pandemic and closed borders and the political crisis, it's a document for our era. Please play the film.
Жители города Залатурна в Швейцарии бережно сохраняют дом, в котором провел последние годы самый известный сын Речи Посполитой Тадеуш Костюшко. Здесь же белорусское сообщество Швейцарии установило отлитый в Украине памятник в честь великого земляка. Тут, среди гор, закончилась слава героя, память о котором объединила несколько народов. А истоки этой славы начинались на покрытых снегами равнинах Беларуси, на окраинах Речи Посполитой. Нет единого мнения, где именно появился на свет Тадеуш Костюшко. Известно, что он был крещен в костеле местечка Косово, недалеко от бывшего имения Меречевщина, которым владел его отец Людвиг. В наше время усадьба была восстановлена, а рядом силами общественности поставлен памятник Тадеуша Костюшко авторства Еника Лойки. Среди исследователей биографии Костюшко все большую популярность приобретают малые Сихновичи, родовое имение Костюшко Сихновицких, известное с середины XV века. Это приблизительно в 130 километрах от Меречевщины. Предки Костюшко финансировали строительство церквей восточного обряда в Больших Сихновичах, в деревне Матеевичи и в Степанках. Удивительно, но все эти храмы сохранились до наших дней. В соседнем Сдитове находится старейшая церковь, в которой часто бывал отец Тадеуша Костюшко. В Малых Сихновичах можно побывать в местном музее. Здесь хранится чудом уцелевший памятник руководителю восстания народов Речи Посполитой, созданный в 1930-е годы художницей Бальбиной Свитыч-Видацкой. Именно отсюда начинал свой удивительный путь к знаниям юный Тадеуш Костюшко.
На той момент у Речі Посполітій найлепшу адукацію давали якраз монашські ордени піарів, єзуїтів, домініканів.
Костюшка навучаўся хутчэй за ўсё дома спачатку. Ва ўзросце 9 гадоў пайшоў у піарскі калегіум у Лебешове. Гэта не ўзнікла на пустым месцы. Яна мела самыя прагрэсіўныя метады выкладання. Яны апярэджваюць нават езуітаў. Костюшка там набыў, здаецца, першыя здольнасці да інжынерыі вайсковай. Таму што менавіта там, у траўні месяцы, там май, травень, яны праводзілі трыангуляцыю, гэта значыцца тапаграфічныя з'ёмкі на месцы, рабілі замалёўкі. Там ён атрымаў пачаткі лаціны. Там, магчыма, ужо развіўся яго густ да яго улюбёнага героя антычнасці, Тимолеона.
Класічна адукацыя піараў дала яму магчымасць чытаць на лаціне класічных аўтараў, у тым ліку Плутарха, з якога ён браў прыклады гераізму, мужнасці, грамадзянскай адказнасці.
По окончании коллегиума пиаров в Любашове в Украине Тадеуш Костюшко возвращается в родные Сихновичи и помогает овдовевшей матери по хозяйству. Спустя 5 лет, получив протекцию князей Чарторийских, Тадеуш Костюшко едет в Варшаву, чтобы продолжить обучение в Академии шляхетского корпуса кадетов.
Калі быў заснаваны кадэцкі корпус у Варшаве, калі там вучыўся Костюшка, гэта была своеасаблівая эпоха. Гэта была эпоха асветніцтва, это быў такі істотны романтызм і вера в то, што можна змяніць свет да лепшае. І я наколькі я мяркую, Тадеуш Костюшка вельмі трапіў в гэты плынь і стаў адной з такіх культавых персон менавіта ў гэтай сферы. Што яны там вывучалі? Яны вывучалі інжынерную справу і у тым ліку вайсковае будаўніцтва. І таму мы ведаем пра Касцюшку тое, што ён быў, напрыклад, мог узводзіць фартыфікацыі.
Артылерыя, гэта былі моцныя бакі вайсковай падрыхтоўкі Касцюшкі. Тое, што было ў такім дэфіцыце ў Рэчы Паспалітай тады. Імкненне да свабоды, вось што важнае пачарпнуў з гэтага, напэўна, яшчэ вельмі рана Касцюшка. І бескарыслівасць. То бок, непрыманне тыраніі, непрыманне прыгнёту, непрыманне несправядлівасці, а асабістыя якасці, якія ён вынес з сям'і, якія былі кантрапунктам, якія былі кантрастам па норавах сучаснасці. Гэта любоў да традыцыі, гэта чыстае сэрца, чыстыя рукі, нескарумпаванасць, любоў да айчыны.
Tai yra Kościuškos, jeigu galvoti apie Kościušką, vienas jo idealas didžiausias yra laisvė. Turint omeny visas grėsmės laisvę iškylančias pasaulyje įvairiausiais pavydalais, Kościuška yra, sakytum, toks ženklas, ir kurį mūsų regiono tautoms ir valstybėms, kur irgi tas laisvės klausimas yra labai svarbus, jis yra tokia atsparinė figūra.
После окончания кадетского корпуса в Варшаве Костюшко выезжает в Париж, где продолжает обучение в высшей школе изящных искусств. Эту возможность ему предоставили князь Адам Чарторийский и сам король Речи Посполитой Станислав Август Понятовский.
Можна, у прынцыпе, пагадзіцца з тымі даследчыкамі, якія лічаць, што Касцюшка паехаў вучыцца ў Парыж мастацтвам толькі дзеля таго, каб прыкрыць сваю асноўную мэту. Гэта навучанне вайсковаму мастацтву. Яго побыт у Парыжы, яго жыццё ў Парыжы і навучанне там, яно дало плады тых здольнасцях, якія ён праявіў ужо ў Амерыцы і падчас змаганняў за свабоду ўжо пазней.
Ён выдатна ведаў замежныя мовы, французскую, нямецкую, англійскую, чытаў модных у тыя часы філосафаў асветніцтва, Руссо, Монтескьё, і таксама пазычаў у іх вось гэтыя рэвалюцыйна-дэмакратычныя ідэалы, якімі ён кіраваўся ўсё жыццё.
Тадеуш Касцюшка пасля свайго вяртання з навучання у Парыжы аказаўся на такой перыферыі, канешне, ўсіх гэтых грамадскіх справаў, усяго таго, што тады клакатала і бурліла. Ён аказаўся сваёй уласнай краіне непатрэбны. І гэта ў той час, калі адбыўся першы падзел Рэчы Паспалітай, калі ўжо было ясна, якія тэндэнцыі пануюць і што трэба ратаваць краіну. Гэта быў чалавек, якім не рухалі матэрыяльны інтарэс. Гэта быў у гэтым сэнсе чысты герой. І таму я думаю, што яго выезд, матывацыя выезду ў Амерыку, яна крыецца менавіта тут.
Mes žinom, kad jis buvo prieš vergovę ir tikrai ėmėsi ir idėjiškai, bet kartu ėmėsi veiksmų labai realių savo lėšomis emancipuoti vergus ir juodaodžius. Jis buvo ir už jų lavinimą, ne šiaip už paleidimą, bet būtent už pilną integraciją į visuomenę. Taigi, atrodo, kad tai būtų 21 amžiaus antro dešimtmečio asmuo. Ir tuo būtent Kościuška, sakant, jis neskendi kažkur istorijos rūkuose, jo nereikia aiškinti papildomai, kai kurių didelių savo laiko veikėjų, bet jie jau tame kontekste tik tai suvokiami. Kościuška suvokiamas ir mūsų kontekste.
Збудаваная Касцюшкам фортыфікацыі падчас бітвы пры Саратозе. Бітва пад Саратогай была вельмі важная, і на поўначы амерыканскім паўстанцам рэвалюцыйным удалося нанесці брытанскім войскам рашучую паразу. І гэта вось якраз такі роля Касцюшкі была ў гэтым вельмі крытычна важная.
нельга сказаць, што Тадэўш Касцюшка в плане фортыфікацыйнага будаўніцтва зрабіў нешта новае. Ён проста ўмеў рэалізаваць свае веды вельмі выдатна на мясцовасці. І вось той таленавіты вайсковец, хто ўмее гэтыя веды тэарэтычныя на практыцы рэалізаваць.
Томас Джеферсон, Джордж Вашынгтон, вось тыя ключавыя постаці амерыканскай рэвалюцыі, яны высока цанілі Касцюшку за яго вайсковыя здольнасці. Не менш, напэўна, яны цанілі яго палітычныя і маральныя якасці. Маральныя якасці для айцоў-заснавальнікаў былі вельмі важныя.
За выдающиеся заслуги генерал Тадеуш Костюшко был награжден самым высоким боевым орденом США – орденом Цинцинната. Орден символизировал собой доблесть, скромность и верность общественному долгу. Всеми этими качествами обладал Тадеуш Костюшко. Но по возвращении на родину боевому генералу в Речи Посполитой снова не нашлось места. Спустя только 5 лет он был назначен командиром бригады польской армии.
Ён быў менавіта тым чалавекам і з тымі здольнасцямі, якія былі тады краіне Рэчы Паспалітай патрэбныя. Тадеуш Касцюшка быў не проста найлепей адукаваным у Парыжы, у Варшаве. Ён ужо быў загартаваным вайсковым. Галоўны багаж быў, безумоўна, вось гэты вопыт вайсковы, гэта раз. Ідэі, пачэрпнутыя ў Амерыцы, гэта два. Гэта тое, што потым адыграла важную ролю пазней у змаганні за свабоду, ось у паўстанні, якую узначаліў Касцюшку.
Гэта было пасля другого падзелу Рэчы Паспалітай. Менавіта тады, у 1794 годзе, 24 сакавіка лічыцца, што тут, на Кракаўскай рынкавай плошчы, пачалося паўстанне. Паўстанне, якое пазней будзе называцца паўстаннем Касцюшкі. У гэты дзень на гэтай рынкавай плошчы сустрэліся прадстаўнікі шляхты, мяшчан, а таксама сялянства. Сам Андрэй Тадэуш Банавентура Касцюшка прыбыў прыблізна ў гэтае месца і з шабляй у руцэ прыняў урачыстую прысягу. Абяцаў вернасць радзіме, а таксама народу, а таксама, што вызваліць краіну ад чужой акупацыі.
Вось гэтая прамова паказала дэмакратычныя мэты паўстання. Яна была палымяная, адмаўленне прыгнёту. Гэта быў брэнд свабоды. Ён пайшоў насуперак самым моцным ворагам тагачаснай свабоды.
Ir tai tikrai, aš manau, kad visos tautos, abiejų tautų respublikos, tikrai gali juo didžiuotis, nes jis, būdamas labai karštas Lietuvos didžiosios kunigaikštystės patriotas, iš tikrųjų tarnavo valstybei, visai daugiatautiai, kaip tokiai.
З гэтай эпохі вырастала у тым ліку беларуская самасвядомасць, і гэта таксама быў той падмурак, на якім фармавалася і беларуская дзяржаўнасць у тым ліку. Хоць пераход гэта быў складаным і поўным спярэчнасцей. І таму мусім успрымаць і Рэч Паспалітую, і Касцюшку як сваіх наших беларускіх герояў.
Боевой опыт и знания Тадеуша Костюшко производили неизгладимое впечатление на современников нашего земляка. И даже находясь в плену в Петропавловской крепости, он вызывал восхищение своими личными качествами. Новый российский император Павел I после беседы с Костюшко немедленно освободил его, снабдив всем необходимым для возвращения на родину. Еще несколько лет Тадеуш Костюшко прилагал усилия по восстановлению независимости Речи Посполитой, но время было упущено.
Ён не пакінуў, скажем так, патомкаў, ён не меў дзяцей, але ёсць іншы спосаб перадаць свае гены, скажем так, наступнаму пакаленню. Гэта перадаць пэўныя ідэі, і гэтыя ідэі ён перадаў. Прабачце, без Касцюшкі не было б Гарыбальдзі, не было б Мадзіні, не было б лідараў 19 стагоддзя нашых, не было б Траўгута і Каліноўскага. Які важны твор ён пакінуў? Ці могуць палякі дамагчыся незалежнасці? Чи могą Polacy wybić się na niepodległość 1800 года? І ён заклаў праграму, ён даў сваім сучаснікам зразумець: не адчайвайцеся, ёсць будучыня. Зараз мы гэтую бітву не выйгралі, але ён даў зразумець, што гэта вайна і гэта толькі прайграная бітва.
После смерти Тадеуша Костюшко его тело некоторое время находилось в склепе церкви Золотурна, но впоследствии было перенесено в Краков и погребено в королевской крипте святого Леонарда. Урна с сердцем Костюшки была помещена в королевском замке в Варшаве. Так закончился путь высокообразованного человека, полководца и славного героя нескольких народов.
What a great film. I so enjoyed that. I hope it'll be on YouTube, and I'd love to share that and encourage more people to watch. It's amazing how moving pictures get the message across somehow, and it was also great hearing so much Belarusian spoken as well, a reminder of the deep roots he had in that country as well as in Poland and Lithuania. So we now move on to our quick, and it's my great pleasure to have another friend of mine, Ian Brzezinski, joining us. Ian, some points from you on maybe what you thought of the film, and then get on to the global geopolitical trends that put freedom at risk and the threat from Russia and what we're going to do about it. Ian.
Ed, thank you very much. I have to say it's a little bit intimidating to follow a film like that. It's so inspirational. And to follow Zygmuntus's call for action, which was a powerful call. You know, it's a real honor, Ed, to be included in today's Bridge for Freedom conference, honoring General Tadeusz Kościuszko. I can't think of a more appropriate symbol for freedom than this great freedom fighter. You know, and as this video underscored, he fought for the freedom of his own peoples and for the freedoms of others, including that of the United States, where in the US Revolution, he was promoted to the rank of general for his military skill and courage. And one of the US founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, called Kościuszko, quote, purest that I've Thomas Jefferson. Polish American, when I think of freedom and those who fought and sacrificed for it, I always think of the motto that comes from Poland, for our freedom and yours. It's a motto that emerged from Poland's eras of partition. But it's a motto that I like to associate not only with Poland, but with my country, the United States, and its key allies, including Lithuania. It's a motto that embodies the roles that other democracies, that our democracies have to undertake, as freedom is a key foundation stone for enduring peace and prosperity. And it's a role that takes on greater urgency today because the strategic environment we face is one that features great challenges to freedom and democratic principles. And when I think of world affairs, I think of kind of four features that are a challenge to freedom. The first is a rollback of freedom we've been experiencing around the world, driven by the emergence of nationalist authoritarian ideologies, some of which have even penetrated our own societies, including here in the United States. The second major dynamic is the reanimation of great power competition in the form of the revanchist ambitions of an increasingly volatile Russia and those of a rising China. And both of these countries are led by nationalist authoritarian regimes. A third dynamic, has been the erosion and breakdown of the rules-based international order, which has been the foundation of post-World War II reconciliation, peace, prosperity, and freedom. And when that order deteriorates, it creates the chaos and violence that gives opportunity to nationalist authoritarians. It's more of a challenge to protect freedom and democracy under such conditions. And finally, we are in an era of accelerated technological change. That's an understatement. And it's proven to be a double-edged sword when it comes to freedom. In some cases, social media, Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, and all these other kind of capabilities that come from new technology have enabled citizens to mobilize and stand up against autocrats and ensure that governments are accountable, to fight corruption and such. But technology has also provided tools for oppression. It gives governments the ability to more effectively track and spy on individuals, on dissidents, to disseminate and distribute disruptive and inflammatory and false information. And even in the case of China, we're seeing technology being used to create Orwellian structures to monitor and rank allegiance to the state. It's scary. Europe has emerged as a real fault line again between nationalist authoritarianism and liberal democracy. In Europe, we faced a collision between national authoritarianism and liberal democracy on NATO's eastern frontier, where this alliance of free democracy faces an increasing volatile and aggressive Russia. And over the last decade and a half, we've seen Russia, under Putin, become steadily more provocative and more aggressive. I mean, you just look back, the cyber attack on Estonia in 2007, the invasion of Georgia in 2008, the 2014 invasion of Ukraine, and today territories of Ukraine and Georgia are still occupied by Russian troops. Assassinations across Europe by Russian assassins and elsewhere, including uses not only handguns, but poisons like Novichok and polonium. We've seen attacks on US and European elections from Russia. And most notably, in 2017, we actually saw Russian forces attack a US outpost in Syria. This reflects a rising provocativeness that comes from Putin. And Russia is using its full spectrum of economic and ideological and technological and military power in pursuit of Putin's ambitions. And as a result, the risk to peace, security, and freedom in Europe has increased. Unfortunately, the West's response to this hasn't been adequate, in my view. I mean, look at the response to the invasion of Ukraine. We really had no military response in the immediate days and weeks of that invasion. It took NATO 3 years to deploy just 4 battalions to NATO's eastern frontier. Our economic responses have been half-hearted and targeted sanctions. They target not the Russian economy, but specific individuals and companies. And we still have continued economic engagement with Russia. Look at Nord Stream 2. The Germans continued to build that pipeline. I mean, Germany isn't the one who's also guilty of this. Just a couple of years ago, I saw a picture of a large tanker in Boston Harbor carrying Russian LNG. This half-hearted response communicates hesitancy, if not intimidation, on part of the West. And I think it's actually emboldened Putin to press forward in increasingly provocative ways that increase the likelihood of conflict with the dangerous escalatory risks. Our response has to be more bold. It has to feature a more robust NATO posture on the alliance's eastern frontier, including greater European military presence, not just US presence. Greater support for those fighting for freedom in Russia and, of course, Belarus. More robust economic sanctions, including sectorial sanctions that can hit the Russian economy and its oil and its financial sectors. And I agree with Zygmunt. We need to place Ukraine and Georgia on an unambiguous path to full EU and NATO membership. We have to cooperate with Russia where we can in arms control, climate change, counterterrorism. But we also have to demonstrate greater intolerance to Russian aggression. And unless we take this tack, I fear the challenges posed by Russia will only continue to grow, as will the threats to democracy and freedom. So thank you, Ed. I hope that's useful.
That was more than useful, Ian. That was just great. Thank you for reminding us both of the missed opportunities of the past and the opportunities we still have to put things right. We are still a bit short of time, so I'm going to go straight on to Stephen Oleas, who is a retired US Army Lieutenant Colonel and chairman of the Executive Vice President, of the American Association of the Friends of Kościuszko at West Point, where he has also other connections as well. Sir, over to you.
Great, thank you, Edward. I appreciate that. It's wonderful to be on this panel. I tell you, when the organizers asked me to do this, particularly Professor Radon, he and I became fast friends. It was like we were kindred spirits. So to celebrate the birthday of Kościuszko and to have it be an international conference celebrating his life and his legacy, that's what I do every year at the Military Academy when I help them with their annual celebration. The other thing that this brought to mind was 2017, which was the UNESCO International Year of Kościuszko. They had an international conference in Poland, and I was fortunate enough to be asked to go and speak at that. And I was just amazed at how many people from all over the world, from Europe, as we can imagine, tracing the path of Kościuszko, as we saw in that great film, but also some folks from other parts of the world where the legacy was truly the inspiration, from Australia, from Brazil, from Ireland. So this is a wonderful event. Professor Radon had he'd invited Lieutenant General Darrell Williams, who's a superintendent at West Point, to speak, and General Williams wasn't able to speak. So Professor Radon was kind enough to allow me to have a couple minutes here, not to talk about hard security, which I would love to do more in depth and to follow on what my friend Ian talked about. But I want to talk a little bit about West Point because it's such a critical place in the United States and our role with Kościuszko. And then also to give a small plug for my nonprofit association that supports the Military Academy. So with that, Kościuszko, when he comes to fight in the revolution, he is here for the duration of the revolution. So he's drawn here because of the ideals and what needs to be done. So he's here from 1776 through 1784. In particular, his time at West Point is very important. So as we had mentioned, the Battle of Saratoga is really where Kościuszko proves his worth. Saratoga is considered the turning point of the revolution, as some of our colleagues earlier talked about. But to really understand Saratoga, you'd have to go back and look at Ticonderoga, the loss that preceded that. So Kościuszko earns the respect of General Washington and other senior officers, and it's from his actions there, particularly at Saratoga, that he's then sent to West Point to fortify what is currently underway there. And he takes over from the existing engineers and he fortifies West Point. And he's there for 2 years at West Point, 1778 to 1780. And while he's there, he does not only does he make the fortifications that accomplish General Washington's mission, but he also shows how important the idea of security will be for a new independent country. So while he's there, he also does something that is still there today. He builds something. He builds a garden while he is at West Point. So here he is under strict orders from General Washington to take care of defenses, and he takes the time to build a garden there. He has to reroute some water. He has to move some soil to a rocky area, but he does that, and he uses it as a place of contemplation and reflection. So just the idea that this military officer during these turbulent times takes the time for that, and the garden is still in existence there today. The other thing at West Point that they honor Kościuszko with is the Kościuszko Monument. So as Professor McGill had talked about earlier, there's a time where monuments were built predominantly from Eastern Europeans that came to the United States. But the monument to Kościuszko is the second oldest monument in the world. So the original monument was dedicated in 1828, and it was selected by a committee of cadets. Kościuszko was selected by a committee of cadets for that, and the cadets paid to have it done. Then 85 years later, the statue was added to the basic monument, and that's what sits at West Point today. It's an honor to be on this panel with Zigis Pavlionis, my friend who I got to know well when he was the ambassador to the United States. And he helped me in my thinking about Kościuszko and how important his role is, really the legacy. So real quickly, I run a nonprofit, a 501c3 tax-exempt organization. It's the Military Academy's annual Kościuszko Memorial Ceremony. And we use that as a way to bring predominantly Poles and Lithuanians together. And we've got great support from Polish military and diplomats, Lithuanian military and diplomats. And we also reach out to all other groups. So as our colleague from Rutgers talked about, people who don't know Kościuszko, every year there's an opportunity to learn a little bit more about him. So to kind of get on to the hard security now. When I first met Ambassador Pavlionis, he told me, he said, Steve, when I presented my credentials, I told him I come in the tradition of Kościuszko. And he did that as a way to say, we need to always look for freedom, always look for liberty, to respect security, to work together as countries that do this. His staff and his attaché staff also introduced me to a gentleman that I'm honored to call a friend, John Kronkaitis. And General Kronkaitis is a great Lithuanian and American. He was a refugee during World War II, came to the United States, grew up, became a U.S. military officer. After his retirement, he always cared about his homeland. And then after independence, he went back, worked in the Ministry of Defense, and then became the chief of the defense staff, the CHOD. And General Kronkaitis' mission there, because he understood security and freedom, was to rebuild the Lithuanian military and to get them into NATO. So I'm going to finish by just talking about how I really view the importance of security to freedom. A lot of times now when we talk about NATO, everyone wants to talk about Article 5, the collective defense, and that's clearly critical. A good friend of mine, a retired officer, longtime international staffer at NATO, referred to it as the blood oath. But the thing I want to just point out is Article 3. And just to finish here quickly, Article 3 says, in order to more effectively achieve the objectives of the treaty, the parties, separately and jointly, by means of continuous and effective self-help and mutual aid, will maintain and develop their individual and collective capacity to resist armed attack. And that, to me, kind of really encapsulates what NATO is about. We want countries that can defend themselves and worry about their own capabilities, so they bring that to the alliance, and then we work together. Finally, I know I'm getting over time here. I'm just going to end with something. Every year we do this event at the Military Academy. In 2016, it was the run-up to the NATO Warsaw Summit. And we had at the time, the Lithuanian Consul General to New York City came up, and he was our guest speaker. And so he talked about the legacy of Kościuszko in this way. He's on the monument in front of a crowd of about 350 people. And so this is in April before the summit that summer. And he says, what would Kościuszko think about the upcoming NATO summit that will be held in Warsaw? What would he say about the nations of his birth, now free and prosperous democracies, allied with other independent European democracies and the United States, the nation he fought for? Meeting in the heart of Europe to discuss their current and future security. I think you would be quite pleased and very proud indeed. That was Julius Prenovicius, who is the current Lithuanian ambassador to India, and really one of the finest diplomats I've ever met. So I'll end on that. The idea that security is important for an individual country to be able to make sure that they can have the liberty and freedom. And then in the context of NATO and transatlanticism, we need to have that security to work together to make sure we continue to live out the legacy of Kościuszko. Thank you, Edward.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Steve. That was a great, and you're entirely forgiven for giving a plug. And thank you so much also for mentioning General Jonas Kronkaitis, who many of us remember for his terrific work he did in the 90s in getting Lithuania into NATO. I think the country was very lucky to have him. He was a kind of reverse Kościuszko, because Kościuszko went from from Lithuania or from Poland to the United States, and Kronkaitis repaid the debt in the other direction. It's very good to mention that. So we've just got one more speaker, and then a brief discussion, and that's Carson Wen, joining us, I hope, from Hong Kong, where it's a bit late, but I apologize for keeping you waiting, sir. But we look forward very much to hearing your thoughts from a place which is very much in our hearts and minds, particularly here in the UK, as we look at what's happening there. Over to you.
I thank my friend Jenik Radon for inviting me to join the forum to give an Asian perspective on the question of freedom and security. I had some slides, but unfortunately, I don't see them being displayed here. Yes, there are the slides on freedom and security, and I let me see how to move that. If Lisselle, you could move it to the third slide, showing the map. Yes. I would like to first show a map of the COVID situation in Asia, and as a starting point for the discussion. So I have in lighter green the countries where COVID is quite well contained. Starting with Korea is quite okay. Japan, the number sounds high, like 3,000 some cases per day. But given its large population of about 120 some million people, it's actually not a bad it's containing the COVID quite well. China, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, these are countries that have double-digit or low triple-digit numbers of confirmed cases per day. And I would, if you look at these countries, surprisingly, there are also countries where the chopsticks are used as the main tool for meals. And the use of chopsticks per se involve sharing, mutual respect, self-discipline, fraternity, decorum, and a proper sense of shame if one goes to the table not clean. It's the tradition that people who are taken ill do not join the table, and they have to eat alone. So in a way, the interest of the collective to enjoy the meal, not to get anyone sick, is more important than that of the self to enjoy the meal. And therefore, in these countries where you see what I call the chopstick countries, the use of voluntary use of mask started very early, and people don't wear masks. Others look at them not so much as to say that they are not keeping themselves safe. It's them not keeping their own family and the community safe. So wearing masks to us is a duty. It's a public duty to make sure that the rest of community are sick. And over here, I'm sorry that I lost the clicker. So I do need Lisselle to help me move the slides. And so the foundation of these chopstick countries, the fundamental philosophy is that of Confucianism, which I'm mindful of time. So very briefly, it talks about emphasizes on personal and government ethics. Ethics is a big deal in Confucianism. Correctness of relationships, kindness, righteousness, justice, beautifulness, and filial piety. And I would say that Mr. Kościuszko probably is the embodiment of these values. And beyond Confucius, then we had the philosopher Mencius, who talked about really more about democracy. What he was saying is that the people are more weighty than the king, and if a king is not righteous and not doing the exercising his virtues in ruling the kingdom, and he should be removed or even executed. So in fact, in Mencius, which is like 200 years before Christ, the idea that the people is more important than the ruler, and that a ruler will be deposed if he loses the mandate from heaven, which I think in today's world means the will of the people. Those are very traditional values in Confucianism, which probably is not very well understood elsewhere. And from this, let me move on to talk about the recent events in Hong Kong. I know it's a rather controversial topic, but in 2019, we face a situation of social unrest. And again, if this help me move to slide 24. In Hong Kong, back in 2019, the Hong Kong government under Carrie Lam was trying to legislate on a law that what officially would be called extradition law. Officially, it's called Fugitive Offenders and Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Legislation Amendment Bill 219. That's the extradition bill. And the reason why the government did that actually is very naive. There was a Hong Kong man called Chen Tong-tai who went to Taiwan with his girlfriend and killed her in Taiwan. But there's no extradition in Hong Kong and Taiwan. So what the Carrie Lam administration was trying to do is to introduce a bill that would enable Hong Kong to extradite people on an ad hoc basis to countries which has no extradition treaties with Hong Kong. In fact, Hong Kong only had 18 countries with extradition treaties. But that then turned into a social protest and very of course you see here a gentleman who was put on fire. Mr. Lee was telling the rioters, please keep the peace. And then kerosene was poured on him. Someone lit the fire, and that's what happened to him. If I have the next slide, I give you another example of what it means to be in a situation like that, where freedom, and in fact, freedom and security is under threat. Now, you have here someone called Annie Wu, whose father is the founder of Maxim Group of Restaurants, which actually is owned by Hong Kong Land, which is a British-owned company. But his father founded Maxim Group of Restaurants. So the rioters then took it out on the Maxim Group of Restaurants after Annie Wu went to the UN Human Rights Council to say that this do not represent 7.5 million people in Hong Kong. And see what happened to the restaurant, Starbucks, Simply Life, and Chu Chow Garden, etc. And what a loss of the sense of what is more important, the common good or the individual freedom. And the president of the European Court of Justice just now mentioned, it's very important to take a balance between the common good and individual freedom. And in 2019, that very difficult balance was somehow lost. And let me end my presentation here. I'm mindful of your time.
Thank you so much for giving us that perspective from Hong Kong, and we're all aware of the constraints that people there have to operate under, and it's a place which is very much in our thoughts, and we are hoping that we will be talking about Hong Kong less in future rather than more, I suspect, because the news has been in the headlines for all the wrong reasons. We're very short of time, and I just want to pose one question, which I think I'll put to Jenik first of all, possibly with a quick comment from Ian, which is about the role of economic ties in preventing the campaign for human rights. And I feel there's a kind of, so far, sort of performative anti-Putinism in the West, where you have countries like Nord Stream, like Germany, sorry, which is quite willing to shelter Navalny and to say that it's. I've just been told that Jenik has left us, so I'm going to put the question to Ian Brzezinski instead. I apologise to Jenik in absence, but we've got countries like Germany, which are quite happy to shelter Navalny but won't cancel Nord Stream. We have countries like Britain, which are quite willing to condemn the attacks in Salisbury but not to deal with the dirty money that flows into the City of London. We have countries like the United States, which are again very happy to take a tough line on Putinism until it affects trust and company formation in the state of Delaware or the real estate market in New York and Miami. And so again and again and then of course there's the whole question of China. So again and again we see that when the rubber hits the road, economics trumps politics, and that's true both in our dealings with the Putin regime in Russia, but also when we're dealing with China. And so, Ian, just briefly, what do you think the answer is on that? How do we get? Can we realistically go for serious championing of freedom in countries which have profound economic influence in our own countries?
Thanks, Ed. It's an important question. And when you look at the balance of power economically between, let's say, Russia and the alliance, the NATO alliance, you're looking at a difference of $34 billion to $1.5 billion. That is, the U.S. economy, the Canadian economy, and the European Union economies amount to about $34 trillion, and Russia has $1.5 trillion. So one has to ask a question, why isn't the West using its economic leverage more forcefully? And sadly, I think it comes down to basically a little bit of moral indifference and certainly strategic short-sightedness. Moral indifference is because obviously there are companies and governments who are willing to facilitate transactions with Russian entities that are dominated and controlled by the Russian government in order to make financial gain. And we're not willing to take the economic hit, even although it would be a small economic hit or a reasonable economic hit, in our effort to kind of support freedom and democracy in Russia, to promote conditions that will increase the prospects that we can effectively check Russian aggression and maybe even shift the relationship to something that's more constructive and cooperative. My fear is that until we are ready and willing to exercise our economic leverage, we're going to continue to have a confrontational relationship with Putin, because he hasn't been subjected to the level of economic pressure that's necessary to force him to change course. And that reality is underscored by the fact that we still have Russian forces occupying Crimea, eastern Ukraine, and portions of Georgia.
Well, thank you very much for that answer. We've finish off and by first our panelists, because I think that it's been a good discussion. I'm sorry we lost Jenik, but it seems to me that one of the things about Kościuszko was he was not just a fighter for freedom, that he was also very keen on good government and the rule of law and making countries work, doing the right thing. And I think that sometimes when we get very focused on the threat from Russia and China, and that's quite right. But these threats tend to work because we let them. Nobody put tanks in the streets of London and New York and said, open your financial systems to dirty money. Nobody put tanks in the streets of Germany and said, build Nord Stream. These are things that we did to ourselves. Nobody put a gun to Mr. Schroeder's head and said, get onto the board of Gazprom at once, otherwise I'll pull the trigger. No, he decided to do that. So again and again, we have allowed these threats from other countries to work. And I want to finish just by quoting something that Martin Wolf wrote in the FT yesterday. And he was saying that we're not in a new Cold War with China. It would be ridiculous. We're too deeply entwined. But there are 4 things we need to do. And I thought I just might finish by making these points. First of all, we've got to revitalize our democracies and our economies. We need to regain our technological edge. We have to defend our core values, particularly adherence to truth and freedom of speech against all enemies. We shouldn't allow small countries to be picked off. We need to refurbish the institutions of the global economy and have new multilateral rules that bind everybody, not just China. So practice what we preach. And then we need to make clear what our core interests are, and that we'll defend them if necessary by force. But that's kind of the last thing rather than the first thing. But we must focus attention on this as a shared project. This is something that involves all countries, and that we have to deal with our internal weaknesses in order to protect ourselves against the external threats. So on that note, I want to thank the organisers very much for hosting me, to thank our panellists for taking part. I'm sorry we didn't have more time, but we suffered from the loquaciousness of some of the people who were speaking earlier, so we started very late. But I'm going to hand over now back to the organisers. Greetings from London. Don't believe that Brexit took Britain out of Europe. It just took us out of the European Union. We're still here, and we care very much about Poland, about Lithuania, about Belarus, about all the countries in that region and the cause of freedom globally. Goodbye.
Good morning or good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasure and honor to be moderating the last final panel of this important and inspiring conference about the legacy of Kościuszko. As we heard, Kościuszko was a hero at least for 4 nations. Clearly, he transcended national boundaries, but also his time. His legacy is still great inspiration for us today. And I wanted to pick up where Edward Lucas left, that Kościuszko was always regarded usually as a freedom fighter, but he was not only freedom fighter. One thing is to fight for the freedom, but another, the biggest challenge is how to ensure that these achievements and values which were fought for would be sustainable and lasting. And here Kościuszko can be also our guide. He was advocating for education. He always underlined the importance for education for everyone. He was behind his time advocating for freeing the slaves. He not only advocated that, but he also showed by example, led by example. He freed its slaves and ensured them education. So today's 4th panel, talking about solidifying Kościuszko's legacy and social innovations, we will discuss how education, freedom of movement, and progressive innovations are necessary social building blocks cementing Kościuszko's legacy. But before going to our panelists, I would like to introduce young voices. Youth, children, is our future. So I would invite you to listen to the voices of tomorrow and voices for tomorrow. They will be living in the decisions we are making today. So I invite you to listen first to them.
When someone of my age gets asked what freedom is for them, we usually say simple things like the ability to travel or do and say whatever you want. But when I asked my dad what freedom was for him, he said way more important things. He remembers January 1991, when he was exactly my age, just 13 years old. And he used to spend most of his days next to the parliament with his friends, where they saw people next to the open fires and people building barricades against the tanks and protecting the building. So freedom in his eyes is that cold winter night 30 years ago when we were fighting for our independence. And now I'm happy to realize that freedom is way more than what I used to think it is.
Liberty is not a gift, it's not granted by anyone, it's not a product, it cannot be distributed or banned from the market. Liberty is the way, and in fact, it's the only way of prosperity, of breaking new boundaries and of achievement. Liberty is a necessity. And this is why, at times of great terror and great fear, the most educated, the most talented people just could not stand still and watch. They rose up to fight for freedom, and we regard them as heroes. Kościuszko is one of those heroes.
Freedom is to breathe deeply without chains around your throat, to breathe in the air that your ancestors once breathed in, to see the sun that has always warmed your land.
What is freedom for me? Then I have my vote, then I am safe, I have freedom of speech. Also is trust and responsibility.
Freedom is living in a country where children learn to tell the truth and are not afraid to be punished for it. Freedom is when people can go out to protest and voice their opinion without being beaten for it. Freedom is when you can say, I can do it because I live in a free country. Freedom is when you can speak your mother tongue loudly and proudly. Freedom is when you can choose. You can choose where to walk after you graduate from a university. You can choose your religion, your president, the person you love. Freedom is when you are not afraid to be fired for wearing to walk a white, red and white or rainbow flag. Freedom is when you are not afraid to go to a grocery store to buy some bread. Freedom is when you are not afraid. Freedom is when lawyers can defend their clients in court, and it means something.
Is that freedom and liberty are not universal, and that in many places the ability to express yourself, whether it be through your clothes or a unique point of view, don't exist without consequence. To restrict human freedom and liberty is to corral society into a narrow safe space with little risk for failure, but also little chance to transcend. It supposes that people can't be trusted with the freedom to express themselves, which isn't just cynical, it's a denial of what it means to be human. It's simply not natural, which is why people fight so hard to be free. There's not one place in the world where people are asking for their potential to be limited. There are only governments trying to do so. True freedom is humanity. It's what leads us to question, challenge, explore, and ultimately to either fail or succeed spectacularly. Only societies that grant their people this freedom can ever be considered great.
To be free is to live in a country where you can speak your mind clearly, where you can elect and be elected, where you are judged equally and fairly, where the government serves the people and not the other way around. And if your homeland lacks any of these things, it is your duty to fight for your liberty. Just as Kościuszko did fight for the freedom of Belarusians, Poles, Lithuanians, and Americans. Thank you.
What are powerful words of young people from Belarus, Poland, United States, and Lithuania. So it's really our guiding principles as well. And I would like to refer now to our panelists and to see how we can ensure that those values, what the young people even mentioned, freedom can be really maintained, ensured, and fully respected, and what is the important, and the importance of education and other things. And I think what could be the best to start this discussion than Michael Ignatieff, President and Rector of Central European University from Budapest and Vienna. So, Doctor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I think I want to pay tribute to those wonderful voices that we just heard. I'm not sure I can add anything to what they had to say, and I'm delighted that these convictions are anchored in people so young. It makes me feel better about the future itself. I do want a little word of thanks to Lithuania and to particularly the capital city, Vilnius. When Viktor Orban introduced the legislation that threatened CEU, my university, with expulsion from Budapest in 2017, the very first city to offer us an alternative home was Vilnius. So I do want to thank you. It's a wonderful city. I've been there a couple of times, and I remember with affection that it was once called the Jerusalem of the North for the Jewish learning that was concentrated there, and it was also for sometime the home of my favorite poet, Czeslaw Milosz, and it's also the city that gave a home to the European Humanities University when it was thrown out of Belarus. So, pretty good place as far as I'm concerned. We're commemorating a man who is both a hero in Belarus, Poland, the United States, and France. And this, I guess, shows that Kościuszko belongs either to everybody or to nobody. And I think it's always worth remembering that the maps that we care about, the boundaries that demarcate our 21st century, were unknown to him. And perhaps that should lead us to treat those boundaries with a certain calculated indifference. I mean, yeah, we should be proud of our nations, our languages, and our traditions, but we should never forget what he was, which was a citizen of the world. And if we're citizens of the world, that's just not just empty rhetoric. It means that other people's business is our business. Belarus is our business. Navalny's imprisonment is our business. The absurd charges laid just yesterday against Aung San Suu Kyi are our business. And by the way, just because she no longer corresponds to everybody's ideal of a human rights heroine doesn't mean we have any reason to abandon her now to the Tatmadaw and the generals. But we're in a tough spot these days. The human rights creed is struggling to survive in so many places, in Myanmar and Russia and Belarus, also in Hungary and Turkey, to add two more. But that creed had its birth in Kościuszko's time. We owe such a lot to the renegade nobility of 18th century Europe, well-born sons of privilege like the Marquis de Condorcet and Kościuszko, to take two examples, who rebelled against their own privileges and their own class. Condorcet, for example, fought for the emancipation of Black men and women in the French colonies. He helped draft the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, and he died a victim of the terror in 1794. And the point of mentioning that is that we should be proud of the history of human rights, but we should never be afraid to look at its darkest corners, the ways in which terror can accompany moral absolutism, and the way in which doctrines of freedom can be manipulated to justify despotism. I think the other thing we want to remember is just how comprehensive Kościuszko's moral commitments were. He was a man who liberated the peasants on his estates from labor service. He tried in vain to have Jefferson agree to free the slaves on his own estate and on Jefferson's estate. When he left America, he favored the civil emancipation of the Jewish populations. He served monarchs, but he dreamed of Poland becoming a republic and died with those dreams unrealized, but the dreams and ideals are still alive. And I think he teaches us that, human rights dies when we think of it as a set of laws and conventions. It dies when we think it's a doctrine. It's a story of heroes. It's a story of struggle. Men like Kościuszko, Condorcet, Black men like Toussaint Louverture, the slave women of the Hemmings family and the Jefferson plantations. It's a story of men and women who refused to be imprisoned by their nation, by their class, by their race, by their gender, and who fought for people like themselves and for people who are very different. I mean, the thing that's so touching about the history of human rights and must galvanize us again is that this is a story of people fighting for things that were beyond their grasp, beyond the possibility of their times, fighting for people beyond their own borders and regions. And that's a key point in a time when we're imprisoned by identities of class and race and region. The story of human rights is a story of people who didn't fight just for themselves, for their race, their religion, their identity, their nation, but for the races, religions, identities of other people. Kościuszko fought for a free Poland, yes, but he also fought for a free America. And his politics was cosmopolitan in the best and truest sense of the word. He believed, like Immanuel Kant, that Republican self-government was the best future, not just for Poles, but for mankind, because it would guarantee peace. And so there's a crucial understanding here in Kościuszko's life that I think we must never lose, which when he said, as a Pole, I cannot be free if my freedom is built on the slavery of others. And this idea, I think, that's key to his whole life is the indivisibility of our core interests as human beings. And this indivisibility of our core interests, I think, is under attack everywhere. It's not just that Putin, Orban, Erdogan, Kaczynski, the Tatmadaw and Myanmar are so brazen, so arrogant, so indifferent to external criticism, or so brutal. What's truly alarming about the situation is how frightened we've become, how realistic, how tamped down our own defense of human rights has become. And we risk losing a sense of the interdependence of human interest here that is the core insight, I think, of someone like Kościuszko. And it's not as if there's nothing we can do here. We've got the Magnitsky sanction strategy in which you target individuals who engage in aggression and abuse, and you inflict penalties on them. And the international community can do that, and we're not helpless. We're not condemned to pointless declarations. And we need to act because the people in Belarus, the people in Myanmar, the people in Turkey and elsewhere need to know that they're not alone. That sense of solidarity across borders is crucial to sustaining morale and protest and courage. The other thing that I think is very clear, part of the Kościuszko legacy, is that human rights has to be fought and won by the people themselves. It's the people in these places, Belarus, Russia, Turkey, Myanmar, who are going to have to force change by relentless but peaceful protest. It's going to take a long time. It's going to be difficult. But if you look at someone like Navalny, he's set by going to prison to earn the legitimacy that comes when you're prepared to sacrifice your freedom for the sake of your deepest beliefs. And his willingness to sacrifice others is not a kind of pointless gesture. It displays a keen understanding of how power is earned. And Putin knows this, which is why he's trying to make him suffer. But we should never assume that those who are prepared to sacrifice themselves will inevitably lose. Mandela sacrificed himself, and look what happened to Mandela. There is a way in which sacrifice creates power, and that in turn delegitimizes tyranny. Kościuszko risked his life for Polish freedom, and he died in defeat, in exile. But his example lived on, and it inspired generations to dream of a free Poland. So the other thing about the Kościuszko legacy is to think long, to think in terms of long spans of time. Kościuszko died defeated, but a free Poland was born in 1918 and again in 45 and then again in 1989. And now it's a free country, and Lithuania has freedom, and Belarus one day will have its freedom, and other countries inspired by Kościuszko will have their freedom. But they've got to settle in for a long struggle with historical patience and courage. And I'm pretty confident that over the very long term, the Kościuszko heritage will be safe, provided, as I say, we remember the necessity of sacrifice, self-discipline, and tenacity that I think the Kościuszko story represents. I had a lot more to say, but I think I probably stayed my welcome, so I'll return it back to our chairman with thanks for the invitation and enormous pleasure that I'm part of an event that has been sponsored by a great university in Lithuania. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Michael Ignatieff, and thank you for reminding us that human rights are not given, so that everyone has to fight for them, and also reminding us and encouraging us also to fight for human rights of others. So solidarity is also very important. So I think you touched very important topics in our discussion. But I would like to give now the floor to Dr. Miriam Hellblum, co-founder and executive director of President's Alliance on Higher Education and Immigration from Washington, D.C., U.S. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you to Jenik, Radon, our moderator, and other organizers for putting on this conference and panel. Let me start by saying a few words about my personal connection to the anniversary and our themes today. My father was born in what is now known as Alanta, Lithuania, around an hour from Vilnius. As a boy, he studied in one of the well-known yeshivas in Lithuania, but when World War II broke out, he couldn't get back to Alanta and instead hid and survived in the forests of Poland throughout the war. The only one in his family to survive, indeed, I think only one of 2 Jews from Alanta to survive. He made his way to Paris after the war, and after spending some time there, arrived in the US at the age of 18, a refugee, a Holocaust survivor, and an international student sponsored by a school. He said education saved him. I think of education as liberating him to a future. He obtained one of the first doctorates in Talmudic literature in the US, mentored hundreds of students, delved into social justice, community, and working to repair the world. When I reflect on Kościuszko's life journey, spanning Lithuania, Poland, France, Belarus, and the US, and more, you can see his dedication to learning and liberation. As Michael Ignatieff said so well, how he persisted against great odds, propelled himself into pursuits of social justice and reinventing the world. Kościuszko's life also epitomizes the power of circular migration, which we don't often talk about when we think about his legacy, the connections of international mobility, learning and liberty, international education, social innovation, and social justice. He pursued learning and engaged in studies in Poland, France, the US. He made lifelong friends and social connections, brought innovative ideas with him, and was informed and transformed by both innovations and the injustices he saw. And this also powered the changes he sought for his own country. The importance and value of international students and international education is immense, not only for higher education, but also for the countries involved. Oftentimes, certainly within the context of the United States, analysts focus on the economic contributions and revenue-generating model of international education. But as one of the co-founders and executive director of the President's Alliance on Higher Education and Immigration, a group of U.S. college and university presidents that have come together around the immigration issues that impact our institutions, immigrant and international students in our communities, I can say that for my members, the value of international mobility and education is far more profound. I want to share 3 contributions that international mobility for education brings, which I think also echoes the themes that we've been hearing in this panel. First, diversity. The diversity of talent, ideas, backgrounds, and perspectives that can come together, percolate, and blossom. For the United States, international students and scholars help drive the excellence and innovation on our campuses. International students make academic, intellectual, cultural, scientific, sports, social contributions. They're part of talent pipelines that transcend borders. The CEO of Moderator was born in Beirut, Lebanon. His family moved to Canada, and he came to the US as an international student, earning his PhD at MIT. Both of the vaccines approved for use today in the US were developed with internationally collaborative science and with the help of foreign students and immigrants in various countries. So in the most immediate sense, the exchange of people and ideas is necessary to ensure that we have the science needed to fight the next pandemic or global threat. Now, the past 4 years of US policy rejected the value of immigrants and immigration, stifled the possibilities of mobility and international education, but we are now in a new pivotal moment. Second, circularity. That is, international education promotes long-term cross-border understanding, relationships, partnerships, and friendships. That's invaluable in all sectors, as well as has significant positive implications for international security. Unfortunately, there has been, and we see it today in the US, a tendency of treating international students and scholars from certain countries with suspicion. Notwithstanding the need to be mindful, clear-eyed, and diligent, the focus should be on individual cases and not nationalities or countries. Welcoming international students helps countries build relationships with other countries. U.S. national security and foreign policy leaders have often referred to international students who come to study in the U.S. as our greatest foreign policy asset. One former ambassador shared with me that during his 30-plus foreign service career, The best predictor of whether a foreign official would at least understand, if not agree, with US diplomatic arguments was whether that official had studied in a US university. Finally, empathy. More than simply understanding others, the experiences of international education at its best can enable those who engage in opportunities to be both insider and outsider. Mohsin Hamid, the writer, has said, empathy is about finding echoes of another person in yourself. Amanda Gorman, the US Youth Poet Laureate, talked about how her time as an international student made her a better poet, a better person, a better student. Diversity, circularity, empathy. All of these are contributions of international mobility and education. They can bring about needed change, liberate forces for social justice, innovation, and reform. Now, where do we go from here? Let me end by noting that only 3% of refugee students globally gain access to higher education. And for us at the President's Alliance, we embrace the UNHCR goal to increase that proportion and turning more of our attention to increasing international mobility and access to higher education for refugee students. I think this is fully in line with Kościuszko's legacy and what he would like to see for the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam Felbru, and thank you for sharing your personal history as well and significance of mobility for education as well. And I mean, you rightly underlined that mobility of education brings diversity, secularity, and empathy. So we have to cherish and we profit all of us. And now I would like to give the floor to Evan Welber, attorney from American Bar Association Justice Defenders Program, and Robert Bernstein International Human Rights Fellow, formerly at Open Society Justice Initiative from New York, US. So please, the floor is yours.
I'd also like to clarify that I will be speaking in a personal capacity and will not be representing the American Bar Association or Open Society Justice Initiative in any way. So I'd like to begin my talk by noting that much has been said by previous presenters about the necessity of national security in protecting liberty and freedom. But societies also need a strong, independent legal profession to protect and implement the promises of liberty and freedom, without which such promises inevitably go unfulfilled, even in the safest of societies. In 1794, during the Kościuszko uprising in Poland, during which Kościuszko led the fight for the independence of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Kościuszko famously stated in an appeal to the nation, "There is a time when you have to sacrifice everything to have everything saved." Around the world, and in Central and Eastern Europe in particular, members of the legal profession have lived up to Kościuszko's call to arms to defend liberty, freedom, and justice, even while the legal profession has been under attack. Indeed, lawyers are being harassed, prosecuted, disbarred, and incarcerated for simply representing human rights defenders fighting for democracy and for maintaining the integrity of their profession. In Belarus, accomplished attorney Alexander Bilchenko was recently disbarred. His disbarment was in retaliation for public remarks that he made regarding reported human rights abuses. Bilchenko had also previously represented opposition figures Maria Kolesnikova and Viktor Babarika, who were both detained in retaliation for their opposition activities. Moreover, lawyers Ilya Saley and Maxim Znak, who also represented Kolesnikova and Babarika, were detained on charges that they had supposedly engaged in actions harming Belarus's national security. Unfortunately, this comes as no surprise. While national security is indeed a precondition for freedom, authoritarians often use overbroad or unwarranted national security justifications to target human rights defenders and the lawyers that represent them. These attacks against human rights lawyers not only prevent these lawyers from providing their clients with representation, these attacks also further disincentivize other lawyers who may fear similar attacks from providing human rights defenders with representation, further limiting these human rights defenders' access to justice. Judges have not been spared from retaliation for defending the rule of law. In Poland, Judge Igor Tuleya has been publicly critical of the reforms to the judiciary and has made numerous public statements calling for adherence to the rule of law. He has even asked the Court of Justice of the European Union to review these reforms. Judge Tuleya has had 7 investigations opened against him and has been repeatedly named and publicly criticized for his decisions by members of the Peace Party. Judge Tuleya's immunity from prosecution was recently lifted and he was suspended from his duties as a judge. Prosecutors allege that Judge Tuleya failed to fulfill his duties and overstepped his authority by allowing media access to a court hearing in a politically sensitive case. In other words, the judge may now face criminal charges for exercising his judicial discretion during a proceeding in his courtroom. These actions taken against Judge Tuleya have been widely criticized as an attack against the independence of Poland's judiciary. These are just a few of many examples of the ways in which lawyers, judges, and human rights defenders have faced retaliation for protecting the rule of law. This weakening of the rule of law in Central and Eastern Europe and around the world in recent years has led to international human rights organizations and even states to adopt new approaches to combating these attacks. States, intergovernmental organizations, and international human rights organizations have previously focused on a broader, more systematic approach to strengthening rule of law, such as programs to strengthen the judiciary through capacity building and technical assistance. However, there has recently been an increased focus on and advocacy around specific cases of violations targeting human rights defenders. This strategy is aimed at strengthening the rule of law, not only through building capacity, but also by putting accountability at the forefront of human rights advocacy. This has led to 2 concurrent developments. There has been an increased use of strategic human rights litigation as a tool for strengthening the rule of law. NGOs, including the Open Society Justice Initiative, where I previously worked, are increasingly intervening in cases in national and international tribunals as third parties. They are also helping partners on the ground bring cases through assistance with editing and drafting. Some are even bringing cases themselves. The increased use of these human rights tribunals has led to a significant uptick in cases. This has resulted in a massive backlog. Tribunals have sought to implement procedural reforms and to increase funding to address this, but at the moment these tribunals remain overwhelmed. But what if you could stop these violations before they happened? Another method that organizations have been adopting is an increase in trial observation. For instance, the American Bar Association, partnering with the Clooney Foundation, has invested significant resources in trial monitoring as a technique to strengthen the rule of law. This technique has a dual function. First, it helps to record fair trial violations against human rights defenders in real time, ensuring that relevant information can be quickly gleaned for use in advocacy in the form of reports, and even in potential litigation regarding these abuses. Second, trial monitoring can help deter fair trial violations in and of itself. Defendants, observers, and other beneficiaries have reported that they believe that the mere presence of the observer has helped secure their fair trial rights. The ABA and the Clooney Foundation have worked with observers on the ground to monitor the proceedings against Bilchenka and Judge Tuleya. These organizations will continue to monitor these cases, noting any irregularities. Hopefully, this will strengthen the rule of law by increasing opportunities for accountability. To summarize, Kościuszko's fight for freedom very much continues to this day in Central and Eastern Europe and elsewhere in the world. Many brave members of the legal profession have helped advance the cause of democracy and justice by representing human rights defenders and by protecting the rule of law, even at a great personal cost. Human rights organizations and other actors have been refining new tools, including strategic human rights litigation and trial observation, to help prevent and increase accountability for violations against these lawyers and the human rights defenders that they represent. Thank you all for listening. I hope you all learned something, and I am looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for touching such important issue as human rights defenders. Indeed, I mean, currently more and more human rights defenders being attacked by the government and other governmental institutions. So, and protection of rule of law and ensuring legal representation is very crucial. And thank you also for sharing the concrete examples how you tackle and fight this problem. Now I would like to go to another panelist, my dear colleague, Minalina Lind, Ambassador at Large for Human Rights from the Foreign Ministry of Estonia. Minalina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And greetings from Tallinn, as said. I'm really grateful to be part of this conference. Thank you, Professor Radon, Jenik, for this invitation. And I'm glad to be part of this legacy talk, which is very important to many of our neighbors and friends. The subtopic I was asked to concentrate in my intervention was on digital access as the modern way of freedom and liberty, and therefore a human right. And I really like this bold statement. I will try to give a perspective from Estonia on this. And of course, then it will be more about the future. So I've been Estonia's first ever human rights ambassador since September of last year. And in these few months, I've already given a lot of thought about the synergies or what we can do using also technology in advancing human rights. As an Estonian, I've been asked many times how Estonia is so advanced as an e-society and how the digital solutions are working out so well. Well, one side of it is probably our size, but I think more important is that it is the trust of Estonians in the government and the services it provides, so meaning also democracy and rule of law. And we have built an efficient and secure ecosystem where really 99% of the governmental services are online. But I think the most important part, as I said, is the trust, and very suitable to the discussion here today about the legacy of Kościuszko is we believe that you need the foundation of democracy and rule of law to successfully implement e-governance and then use e-services. And in countries that do not create legal spaces for digital technologies, they prevent these from actually flourishing. It's been stated by our president that if there are countries who have an offline culture that is not transparent, it will not change online. Let me now talk about some opportunities and some challenges we are facing in the field of human rights in an increasingly digitized world. Internet freedom is one of our human rights priorities, and same rights that people have offline must also be protected online, meaning also that respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms and security online are complementary. And Estonia is a founding member of the Freedom Online Coalition. We therefore support nationally and internationally policies and practices that promote the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms online, and most importantly, concerning freedom of expression, freedom to seek and receive information, right to privacy, and the freedom of peaceful assembly and association, which is under attack nowadays, and which also many of the young great voices reminded us of. These principles are also well laid down in the Tallinn agenda, which was adopted in Tallinn during this Freedom Online Coalition conference in 2014. And open and interoperable internet is a must, and non-discriminatory access to and accessibility of the internet are fundamentally important for exercising this freedom, what I meant to seek, receive, and impart information. But the overall trend is alarming, since also combined with the impact of the coronavirus, the conditions of democracy and human rights have gotten worse in 80 countries. And concurrently, we are also worried about the global trends concerning internet freedom and digital authoritarianism by embracing the model of extensive censorship and automated surveillance systems. Let me also add a few words about media freedom, since nowadays we can be more or less sure that internet freedom and media freedom have become rather inseparable. And I think this notion is also very pertinent in the context of events in Belarus, and also the situation regarding the media freedom we have also brought to the attention of the United Nations Security Council. So this year Estonia is going to organize, hopefully also physically in Tallinn Media Freedom Coalition annual conference, and we would also like to bring then the synergies between media freedom and internet freedom there as something that the world nowadays really needs. And in closing, I will also say a few words about digital inclusion and digital divides, which makes it more difficult to have this access, because information and telecommunication technologies offer countless opportunities, including for individuals to exercise their human rights. But that also comes with a question of digital divides, where already marginalized groups can become even more vulnerable. So there are a variety of solutions there, and also to point out that we really need independent research on supply and demand challenges affecting digital inclusion, and it would be extremely important to welcome contributions and leadership by the private sector and civil society to also promote digital inclusion, encourage availability of free internet access points in public spaces, schools, libraries. Also, the topic here regarding education. As a side note, it is in a law in Estonia that all public libraries have to have access points to internet, and this was a couple of years ago also interpreted as something that Estonian constitution says that internet is a human right. And of course, promoting open source software, other technologies. But as a last note, I would say that we have to address underlying causes of economic, social, political, and cultural context, because technical solutions alone will not bridge digital divides. So thank you very much for letting me give a few points from Estonia, and hopefully it's going to be getting a good year for protecting and promoting human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minalina Lind, for underlining the challenges for human rights in new digitalized societies. And indeed, we can witness every day how new technologies, digital era changes our enjoyment of human rights and gives another aspects. And here, digital inclusion, what you mentioned, is really crucial if you want human rights for everyone in the future. Now I would like to give the last but not least panelist, Dr. Tomasz Sienau, President of the Board of the Rule of Law Institute and an Associate Professor at the John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin, Poland. Please, Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. I'm really honored. I'm speaking from Lublin, the city in eastern Poland, about 100 kilometers from the border with Belarus. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Rule of Law Institute, that is the NGO that has been established by Polish and American lawyers in 2001. This is when the concept of the rule of law in Poland was not so controversial. The Rule of Law Institute since 2001 has been helping vulnerable individuals, including refugees and migrants. And until 2020, asylum seekers were coming here predominantly from different parts of Russia. Now we are helping more and more migrants and asylum seekers from Belarus that cannot enjoy their freedom in their home country. Since one of the organizers of this forum is also independent European Humanistic University in exile, I will share that I'm also teaching in the John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin. That is the university that used to be the only private and independent academic institutions in the whole Soviet bloc in years 1944-1989. Actually, Catholic University of Lublin has been a safe harbor for many independent scholars of this time, including Karl Wojtyła before he became a pope, and our today's speaker, Hanna Suchocka, and a colleague of our speaker of Koen Lenaerts in the Court of Justice, Judge Marek Safian, who has taught contract law in the early 90s when I was a student here. I think Lublin gives a great perspective on Kościuszko's legacy. First of all, not far from here is the village of Sosnowica, where the first love of Kościuszko, Ludwika Sosnowska, was residing. He was not allowed to marry her, probably due to class reasons. Her father, Hetman Sosnowski, has promised her to marry Prince Lubomirski. So Tadeusz was in love, but he was not happy. Not far from Lublin is the village of Maciejowice, where in 1794 Kościuszko has fought his last battle against Russian army in defense of Poland's freedom and its constitution. In this battle, he has been injured and taken as a prisoner of war by the Tsar. In Lublin, we still have a manor house of Kościuszko's uncle Jan Nepomucen, the house that Kościuszko was helping to restore. The memory of Kościuszko is actually still alive here. When I was preparing for this speech, I have heard from my colleague Paweł Wojtasik in the Rule of Law Institute that in his family they are still talking about the grandmother who has been baking loaves of bread to Kościuszko's insurgents after the Battle of Szczekociny. But the great reason to speak about Kościuszko from Lublin is the Lublin Union. Lublin Union between Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania that has been concluded in 1569, the union that has created a real federation, a Commonwealth that has survived over 200 years until Kościuszko's defeat and the partition of Commonwealth between Russia, Prussia and Austria. Kościuszko was a real son of the Commonwealth, but over the course of his life, not losing his loyalty to the Commonwealth, he became also a citizen of the world, as we've heard so many times today. And he was not only a hero of Poland, Lithuania, and Belarus or America, but became a symbol of the fight for freedom. As was mentioned, Kościuszko has undergone a great military training in newly established Royal School in Warsaw, and where he spent 4 years. And then he went to military academy in Paris for 5 years in the pre-revolutionary France. In this panel, we are discussing solidifying Kościuszko's legacy. I will mention 2 important elements that are important for me. The first is excellence of education and education abroad. As a former student of the only private university of communistic Europe, I believe support of European humanistic university in exile and support to Belarusian students willing to study abroad is very important. As we know, Tadeusz Kościuszko, after studying abroad and gathering experience abroad, became a leader of change, an agent of change in his country. The leader that Tsar was so afraid that has forbidden him ever coming back to the territory of Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The second is civic rights. As we know, Kościuszko may be one of symbolic figures of the fight for freedom and liberation, not only of slaves in America, but also Kościuszko has shown his allegiance to the principle of equality in Poland. His army of insurgents in 1794 was the army strong because of the voluntary draft of peasants. He has been advocating for granting them, and peasants in this time were constituting 73% of Polish population, so he wanted to grant them civic, full citizens' rights. He was advocating for granting these rights also to Jews that were constituting about 10% of Polish population. So that was very important. He was advocating for ownership of land as well for them. This is why legacy of Kościuszko is to protect unprivileged groups. The Rule of Law Institute is helping unprivileged individuals, including migrants and asylum seekers in Poland, and this is necessary to underline that there's a great need to provide legal aid to Belarusian citizens whose number of asylum applications, according to official 2020 data, has risen by 1,000%. The number is low, but the raise was by 1,000%. It's about 400 people that have asked for asylum in Poland in 2020. So to solidify Kościuszko's legacy in Eastern Poland, where the stability of the rule of law is not so obvious these days, in relation to the first legacy, education, the Rule of Law Institute concretely is supporting integration of foreign students, also from Belarus, through a program called Login Lublin PL that we are offering. You may find more about it online. As part of a second element, Kościuszko's legacy, civic rights, the Rule of Law Institute is offering pro bono legal service to asylum seekers. In 1951, Hannah Arendt, in her work, The Origins of Totalitarianism, was identifying the problem of depriving aliens of their right to have rights. We have thought that these times are over, but they are not. Unfortunately, the rights of asylum seekers in many countries, Poland including, are not adequately protected. They are being deprived of their right to have rights. I believe that if Kościuszko was alive nowadays, in Poland he would have taken a stand to protect refugees. I will finish with the expression of my hope. Kościuszko's insurrection, despite the fact that it was not successful, became a symbol of resistance for all Poles. Our freedom and liberty that has been taken from us in 1795 was regained after 123 years. I do hope that people of Belarus will peacefully regain their freedom and liberty much sooner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shenau, and really Lublin full of history and our common history as well. So, and thank you for also reminding us for the excellence of education and education abroad as well, which we neglected some years ago, some decades ago, and Kościuszko's legacy for civic rights, and not forgetting unprivileged people, which is not always remembered even today. So I think I would like to thank all the panelists for really inspiring and good discussion. I think we touch very, very important points, universality of human rights, and that it's not given that we have to fight ourselves for them, but also we have to fight for others for them, so that we have to transcend our boundaries and see globally where is the problem as well. The very important connectivity between mobility and education, which is really a big value for everyone, and those who come to new countries, but also those who are there and benefit from migrants. And that goes without saying that human rights defenders are the key people in defending human rights and being always in the point in the first lines of those fights. And unfortunately nowadays they are facing more and more challenges and problems. So we shouldn't forget, and we really have to ensure the legal protection for them. And also we discuss the future, the digital, how human rights, the new shapes of human rights and enjoyment of human rights in digitalized societies, that we have to guarantee that for everyone and to ensure digital inclusions. So, and also I mentioned as well, so that unprivileged people for the civil right, what Kościuszko was fighting, it's still vivid and alive today. So I think we have to, with this legacy, it looks that we thought we are already 275 years after his birth, but we still can find really inspiration in his values and what he fought, and we still have to fight sometimes and to ensure that his legacy really would be sustainable and lasting in our whole societies. So I would like to thank the panelists for really inspiring ideas, and for organizers of this important and good conference. And I would like to pass microphone to Professor Jenik Radon from Harriman Institute. No introduction, so thank you for organizing this event. It's really very good and inspiring. I'm very glad to be part of it.
Thank you. I must say that the position of putting all the thoughts together from all the inspiring speakers is always difficult. What recommendations do we have? But before I do some of that, let me give you a personal first, young voices. Let us always keep young voices in mind. They are the future. That's why we're doing things. We're not doing it for ourselves. We're doing it for the youth of tomorrow. We have to inspire them. We do that through personal education, that means the home, as well as professional education in the school. So the young voices were really inspiring. And it was interesting to hear all they wanted is the right to choose, the right to build their own lives. We need to keep that in mind. Most of us do not have great demands, but we would like to live. The other thing is what I'd like to said in the beginning, and I'd like to redo it again now. I am inspired, and I underscore that, by my Baltic friends and others in Poland and Eastern Europe. They have lived through tyranny in the past, and they are leading in many ways, whether it's in women's rights, their ideas, they're very powerful. They are inspiring, and they remind us from those who have had a comfortable life that it's not always that way, has not always been that way. So I have only hats off for my Lithuanian friends, my Estonian friends, my Polish friends. Thank you for inspiring me to keep going. Now, I'd like to say a few other things and then go over a number of the ideas. One is bridges for freedom. We have to build bridges. We can talk to ourselves, but that will not build a bridge to those who do not agree with us. We are not prepared, I would assume, to just send in the military, which also causes suffering. So the question is, how do you build bridges that bring a new prosperous area for everyone? On one hand, Kościuszko's legend and his is 275 years already. We're still fighting battles that he fought. We're fighting them now, and maybe in different ways, but it's amazing that we still have so much progress to accomplish. Why is the question. One is the question of human rights. They've taken on more clarity, but they still have a lot of issues. We need defenders of human rights. That means there's still opposition to human rights. And if we look at Belarus, which I consider absolutely critical, because Belarus will be the key to whether we can have a completely prosperous Europe of all parts and share common values. That is something that we need to rekindle. One speaker spoke about the fact that in the US, hardly anyone even knew about Kościuszko, which shows not just the importance of education, but it means the values that he had, the values that he promoted, the values that he struggled for are not known. That's a failure in education, but it's also a failure that we frequently focus on today and not tomorrow and not the past. We're so concerned about our jobs, which we should be, but we also have to show values. What are our core values and how do we advance them? Underlying all of this is a very tough job, and the academics know it, but it's not just the academics, it's the secondary school teachers, education, because that gives the ultimate freedom, it gives the ultimate questioning, it gives the ultimate right to choose. Yes, things have changed since Kościuszko's time, but that does not change the whole fact that anti-colonialism is only one aspect. But what is really true, we need to understand, we need to move forward with the truth. We need to trust, which was also mentioned by. So therefore, we have to focus not just on the formalities, but the informalities of education, the values that are created by education, because only then can we tell someone, didn't you learn, didn't your mother teach you that you do not hit somebody? Didn't your mother teach you that you do not do unmotivated violence? We need the institutions, but we need the values. And from my point of view, that maybe mean going slower than faster, because too often civic education is forgotten almost because it's not computers. It doesn't get an immediate job, but it gets the values. And therefore, the chopstick lecture was very good because it shows that we have to do it beyond ourselves. We cannot just focus on ourselves. And that underscores that the East and the West have in many ways common values, even if we're slightly more individualistic. but we do have common values that we would like to pursue. We need to speak, we need to understand, we need to start trusting each other and understanding each other's cultures. We need to go forward in that regard. Human rights is a story of history which we are now trying to move even further. However, I come back to one aspect of human rights. It's not just defending when it went wrong, it's creating the right framework so that everyone knows what to expect. And this is particularly important now when we have digital freedom, which I believe in, but we also have seen that digital freedom has given other people the power to negate it. At the end, we need the rule of law. Yes, the rule of law. But what law? Whose law? That means we need to speak to each other. I found it curious and interesting. The German word is just Freiheit. That means it doesn't quite translate into the English when you need two words. That means we need to talk more to each other to build the democratic institutions across borders. And one of the things I think is very important, although nearly all speakers spoke English, but for most speakers, English is not their first language. That means there's things lost in translation, and I come back to complimenting my Baltic friends. When we speak, we also need to explain, to build up our civil society, and therefore I'm a strong promoter and belief that we need to build across the Atlantic, because some people, obviously we have new immigration into the United States, which is not always from Europe, but we do have a set of values that we grew up with. These need to be taught, these need to be furthered. In short, upsettingly, if you want, we have a lot of work to do, but education is a key at all levels. And I think one country that was not represented today ought to be complimented, Finland. Why Finland? The best and the brightest become teachers. That is something to think about. The best and the brightest do not become investment bankers, they become teachers. That is something to think, because that is the most valuable asset that we have, our next generation, our children. So civil society, yes, we need the rule of law, but the rule of law also needs to frame everything so that people can function within it and choose their opportunity. There's much work to be done. And one thing which I underscored personally in mine is, if we have 5,000 pages of a law, I'm sorry, who can possibly understand that? That is an impossibility. Therefore, we do need a society where not every right hand is your lawyer. We need a society where the basic principles are understood. Certain rules you can look up, but the basic principles need to be understood. So rule of law is also transmitting to those who are not lawyers, to those who are not professional. And as we learned in childhood, I think, at least I did when I had a Jesuit education, rights and responsibility. We can say rights are freedom, responsibility is security also. Two sides of the same coin. How we proceed on that is another one. We have to find the balance. And when I come back, we can't have it all for ourselves. We have to also give. In order to advance things, we have to give something and we have to teach people to stand on their own 2 feet, because you can never do it from the outside. A key aspect of all of this, and this is a personal one for me also, we need to rebuild the relationship across the Atlantic. Start with the Atlantic, then move to the Pacific and other areas. But the United States needs to rebuild the trust that we, unfortunately, to a great degree, have lost in the last few years. Of course, academic institutions are key to all of this, but so are grammar schools, high schools, and academic institutions at the higher level, because it's a process. It's not one thing. And a statistic that stunned me many years ago was to learn that most of our political attitudes, opinions, and this was not just true in the United States, but elsewhere, are formed by the age of 18. Think of that, 18. That means we have a lot of work to do to make sure that the foundation is correct, etc. Of course, it was also mentioned, and this is key, the bedrock of our relationship between across the Atlantic is the EU as one side, but with NATO as a constellation with the United States. We also have to make it possible for all to join EU sooner or later when it is right to share the common values with that. We also have to keep stability through the NATO membership to protect all. And we also have to make sure that we talk to everyone. At the end of the day, it is human dignity that we are furthering, wanting to create. And the last message that I want to leave before going a little bit for concrete steps, we all have to do it. We can't just ask public servants. We can't just ask academics. We have to all live by the power of example. And that is where Kościuszko comes. If we know his struggle and he had tenacity, he stuck with it despite the obstacles. The more we bring, and I think the speakers, nearly everyone talked about that, he stuck with it. He knew where he was going. He had a mission and he spoke. So yes, that is absolutely necessary. We cannot just say the government should do, we all need to do. Certain concrete steps. One that I'd like to be, I'm very happy to say that William and Mary School in Virginia, which is the home of Thomas Jefferson, a sign of our Declaration of Independence, and EHU and MRU are exploring opportunities for partnership. It will take some time, but we are exploring opportunities for the partnership. That is really progress. It's a concrete step, but we cannot look at just today, but we also have to look at tomorrow. We have to build up step by step. And I would like to leave a challenge for those who are not at the conference. Who are not at the conference? Those people who sit in Minsk. If you really want to rejoin, be part of a greater community, then bring back the European Humanities University with absolute freedom of speech, freedom of research, freedom to examine. If you cannot take back to the home, its original home, the European Humanities University, it is clear that you do not wish to be part of the greater community of Europe, let alone the world. So that is a test case from my point of view, whether you are serious in being part of us or not. But that is one step that I would like to say. So in that regard, we have a long road still, but it's very important to put Kościuszko into our civic mind because he transcends centuries. That is remarkable. He was ahead of his time. He wanted to educate all, including slaves who he wanted to free. That is a remarkable humanist. It is human rights the way we know it, although at the time that was not a term. So I think the organizers have an obligation to put all of these thoughts together so that we can distribute online and to those who participated all the common thoughts and hopefully have a concrete step forward. Rule of law is key. Transparency is absolutely key. Media freedom is absolutely key to find any problems. So we need to take the core values that have come out, rule of law, transparency, media freedom, including digital freedom, education, and maybe even tackle is 5,000 pages of a law. Is that freedom, or is that a bureaucratic state that has gone overboard? So on that, I would almost want to leave, but we have one more thing left today. That is, we have music from the heart. We have an African American who will sing literally from the heart. I gave, when I looked at only one instruction, I do not want it necessarily professional. I want a good singer, good choir from the heart. Unfortunately, because of COVID-19, it was not possible to bring together a choir. That was irresponsible at this time because of the risk of infection, particularly and sadly with our African American community. But we have a singer who is speaking from the heart. He did this improvisation at my request. He lives in the South of the United States, and just like the children, but in a different way, he addresses all of us down to earth from the heart, because we are all part of one society. And if we can fulfill his dreams that you will hear in the song, then we are going forward. And I plan to be in Belarus when it is a free country, and when I can attend a lecture in the European Humanities University in Minsk, where it belongs. It can always keep a campus in Vilnius. The Lithuanians ought to be thanked for being so generous and so open. So I'd like to thank you. It's been many hours, 5 hours. Zoom or the equivalent is very tiring, but I look forward to continuing this dialogue, to continuing the democratization, and let us keep everything transparent, because that's the end of the day will be the most powerful means we have. If we do not have transparency, we do not even know what's going on. And I'd like to see those children have happiness tomorrow and an education for all. Thank you.
Someday, we will live in a nation where we're not judged by the color of our skin, but by the contents of our character. Someday. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday, yeah. Deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. Yes, we will. We shall overcome. We'll overcome, yes, we will. We shall overcome, yeah, yeah. We shall overcome someday. Deep down within my heart, I really do believe. I believe that we will. We shall overcome. Yes, we will. I can see it, y'all. We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand. we will. It's way down deep in my heart. I really do believe we shall overcome. We shall